Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Yasura Singh speaking from Bharat, India. This day on August 20, 2020, Thursday, to all my friends, all my known and unknown friends around the world, regarding management in engineering and engineering management, regarding quality, regarding soil, regarding contracts, and regarding whatever you can say is possible to be chatted with, to be discussed with. And I expect that you will may raise questions if you like. I know it's early morning, maybe you're sleeping, no problem. Later on you can do this, you can watch this and do this. If you are interested in quality interest, in management interest, in whatever interest you can say. If you are so, you can do that. No harm in that. And this is, chartered engineer designation. As it was professional engineer designation, this chartered engineer designation. These designations are there, and you must know for information to everyone. Dear friends, I can say, as usual, memory of past and simple living, simple thinking. Simple living, I thinking, is indication by this. Think high and live simple. Think high and live simple. This COVID-19 has taught us, change yourself, and therefore we must change ourselves. Best policy is to change yourself. If you cannot adapt yourself, then you lose. We are all same. Before few decades, they are all same. Life was simple, and people go here. Few decades change everything because of facilities. Means we believe in facilities rather than we believe in something else. We believe in facilities rather than something else, and that's the problem actually. Facilities ruled us. Facilities dominated us. Not facts, not standards. Only facilities, ruled us. That was problem. All were moved by material. All were moved by money. All intellectuals and non-intellectuals moved by swayed of greed to have more and more and more and more. This harmed us actually. Greed of having more harmed everyone. We forgot humanity. We forgot life. We forgot how life should be. We forgot that one day we have to leave this world. We forgot that. Everybody forgot that. Unfortunately, this happened. You may be poor, you may be rich, everybody wants money. That's also true. You may be billionaire, trillionaire, if your hunger is not quenched in, you still want more and more. And then I am giving a name charity. So life was different. And therefore we should be clear now that what life is. Life is nothing actually. Life is just a momentary journey. We are taking off this world, of this journey, nothing more than a journey. Nothing more than, we start calling permanence. There's nothing permanence except that delusion, except that feeling, delusion of belongingness, delusion of having something. It's nothing and nothing. COVID is a good teacher, I should say. We should learn from COVID. Of course, we have lost life. He has taken our lives. This COVID. But COVID is something that we cannot say. It's something that we should accept reality of. We should accept that COVID is not what we thought of. It is something exclusively different. COVID is different. And I think that COVID, I can say, is an excellent professor for every student. If you go to 70s in past century, I mean to say, if you go to 1970 or 1980s, you will find a different life, simple life. People in our country were interested in education. They were interested to become engineers and doctors, and of course higher positions to have. All over world, science was moving, authorities were moving, everything was moving. Now, what has changed actually? We should analyze this fact. Money was always dominating, it's a fact of life, but it also was dominating. It doesn't mean we should be dominating always, not at all. Money is one part of life, body is another part of life, and they say this world is third part of life. We have to keep our money intact and it should be with us. But this doesn't mean we should be a storekeeper of money. I know people have a habit to become a storekeeper of money, and that's where problem actually lies in. Problem lies in there when you become a storekeeper of money. I want this money, I must have this, I must have that. And that causes a problem actually, that causes a problem in life. When hunger of money keeps on rising, it never can be contained, can never be contented. Money hunger can never be contented. That's a fact of life. Poor person wants to get something more to improve life standards or to move forward. And who is rich, he wants to move more rich. I don't know for what. What's your ambition? Our ambition is to just gather money and enjoy life, or our ambition is to do something for God. When you do something positive or negative for this earth, this means you are acting with God or against God. That's in your hands. If you do something good for this world, this earth, you are standing with God. And if you are doing against this world, you are not standing with God. This is my understanding of God. I am a part of this earth, temporarily of course, and for certain duration only. And I am not permanent here, and similarly you are not permanent here. This point, why do we forget? This life is, see, we are retired age of 60, around 60, that's also true. You may work up to 70, you may work up to 80, depending on your capacity. Depending on your capacity, nobody can guarantee something. This means we have to go somewhere, our body diminishes, our body loses its strength, yields somewhere. So you can say maximum you can work efficiently up to 70 years, 80 years, not more than that. When you know that, why do you worry about something else? You have to think for your children, okay, that's your right, you can think, but there's a limit too in that. You cannot think for children and their grandchildren and then their children and their children. There is no end to this. There is no end. End is your body one day. That is scheduled. That is management schedule. That is organizational schedule. That is bar chart schedule. That is spurt schedule. That is, you can say, every program schedule is scheduled on MS Project or scheduled on Primavera. Whatever you can say, God has a large program. There are schedules, and you are also one of that. You know it well. I'm not explaining that you don't know. I'm just refreshing you and reminding you that think again and again and again. This world belongs to none, and everybody belongs to this world. That's also a fact. This world is owned by none. Out of all citizens of world, it's owned by none. That's also a fact. Still we claim we own it. This is our misconception. Howsoever powerful you are, howsoever powerful, your power is relative, your power is temporary. This is not a spiritual talk. I'm talking a management issue, I'm talking about organization issue. Why don't you want to live simple life? Why do you want to gather material? What is purpose of that? If you want to make more money, we should think from where this money comes, where is source of material, we get it. There's only one source in whole world, and that is earth itself. There's no other source. No other source. God has given you food in forms of agriculture. Everybody can get food from that. But no, we are not interested in that. What we are interested in, industrialize, yes, industrialize for meeting requirements, not to break this earth, not to take out every hidden resource and exploit that. Fortunate it is that God has not given you power till now to move into earth. God is very intelligent. It has not till now given power to human being to go into center of earth. Can you go to center of earth? No one can imagine that even in coming centuries, many centuries, center of Earth, which is 6,000 kilometers from sea level. Can you go there? You cannot even go 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers. You cannot go to the bottom of ocean, which is 10 kilometers deep. You cannot go to the bottom of sea, which is 4 kilometers deep. What can you do? Where can you go? I think you cannot go anywhere. Can never go anywhere. That's also a fact of life. Well, I'm not here to teach you fact of life. I just try to say, COVID is saying that. I'm not saying. COVID says, I am there to act against you if you do not amend your conduct, your behavior. You have to amend your conduct, your behavior, or else I am there to set things right. You want my service, I am here, and you want to self-serve. Both options are available. COVID-19 is not havoc. It's your teacher, it's your guide, it's your doctor to set your right behavior. It is not spared even doctors and nurses who are very highly educated and servers in this their humanity. Despite serving humanity, they were drawn. Top people have been impacted upon this virus. This virus doesn't spare anybody. It doesn't spare any place in the world. Everywhere there is effect. Everywhere there is effect. I don't think some countries left where virus has not reached. It has reached every part of the world. So this virus is my teacher, your teacher. You have to understand. If some person says, I'm fed up with this virus, I have to stay at home in tension, I cannot go outside. That's what virus wants. Don't waste your money. Don't waste your time. Don't go here and there. Don't go to unnecessary parties. Don't meet unnecessary people. Confine to yourself. Think of God. Think of development. Think of improving positively, and don't think of making nuclear bomb. That's what virus wants. That means that's what God wants. That's my contention. I'm not saying I'm right. I am a positive person. I think of construction. And remember, one who constructs or one who thinks for construction is always owned by many enemies. And I had to in past. If you go positive in some track, you will not find people who cooperate with you. The one people cooperate with you. One people who are not happy with you, who say, why you are doing this, why you are doing all that. Particularly there is a tendency in level of employment, when you are employed, you don't think how to advance, how to help someone, because whoever works in this earth is working for earth. You may work in any capacity, don't forget that you work for earth. You are not working for money at all. If you think you are working for money, then I think you are not right person. You are not correct person. You cannot say that you are working only for money, because you are not working for money alone. You are working for development. You are working for God, for service of God, and you are lucky that God appointed you for this purpose. When you are on earth, this means you have already been appointed for this service. And if you don't realize this fact, you say, no, you forget nature, you forget God. I am not taking name of any God. I am not interested in any religion. I am not interested in any faith. My talk is direct to that God who is my friend, who is my integral part. I consider myself, a part of God, and I consider myself also representative of God, because everyone is from God. It's up to you how you submit to God. I consider myself representing God. It's up to you. You consider or you don't consider. I can't force someone, but I consider. I consider whatever I do in service of that power to whom we call God. God equal to that superpower. Whoever power it is, I can't see, I can't give figure of that. I can imagine any figure and say this is my God. It doesn't mean that that is reality. That is my assumption, my imagination, my picture in my mind. It can be different also, or can be there no picture also, or can there many pictures. It's up to you to think, not up to me. But fact remains that world exists, and there is someone who constructed this world, this universe. So there must be some power. Who's that power? That is defined as God. That is defined as controller, you can say. Ultimate controller, I call it. Ultimate controller. So I submit myself to that ultimate control all time, 24/7, whole while. Whatever I do to all of that power. Many times I lost my earnings in life because of many reasons, because I could not fight for my earnings, so I lost that money, but still I don't repent. Okay, fine, it's wish of God. If some cruel comes, If some anti-social element comes in business and that person loots others or exploits works of others, it happens. Well, I'm talking of management. That's also a part of management. That you spoil others, negative management. You exploit your employees, you exploit your workers, you exploit market. That's all called negative or unpleasant management. Where you want to loot others, you want to make money by exploiting others, you want to raise prices, or you don't want to get quality, and you want to say, oh, I have earned this and I have done that. This tendency exists everywhere all over the world. It's not good and fact, but people do like this. I think nowadays majority of people are dishonest, majority of people are liars, majority of people only worship God to show others they are worshipping, or you can say kind of formal worship. Many people only worship God formally, so others know I am worshipping or someone is worshipping. They want to show to others that I am religious. Otherwise, people don't trust in God. If you trust in God, if you believe in God, if you represent God, if you submit yourself, you will not do injustice to someone. You will not, pull rights of others. You will not exploit others. That is first principle. Yes, God has a heavy right to punish everybody. That's I'm not taking from that. But who are you to punish someone? If you exploit someone, it's indirectly a punishment. You have no right to punishment. This is also a part of management. How to handle human beings. How to handle each other. If you can't handle each other, you have no right to be with them. If you can't handle your family, what do you do? Just think of. That's whole world is family. How do you treat with your wife? How to treat your kids? How you treat your your relatives? How you treat your neighbors? Do you treat everybody with dishonesty? That's your question to answer. Do you treat everybody like animal? This is your question to answer. Even you cannot treat animals like that, but you do. I have seen. So when whole world is full of such criminals, I can call such people criminals who do not give rights to their juniors who work for them, or all those whom they exploit directly or they exploit indirectly. That's what I say. It's also a part of engineering management, because everybody is involved in engineering, development and engineering, construction engineering. Business is also a kind of engineering, because there is a business only because there is a production. If there is no production, there is no business. If there is no industry, there can be no business. If there is no factory, there is no production, there is no construction, there is no real estate, there is no development, nothing is there. And factories all stopped, and there is no business as well, no market as well, no management as well. So everything is related to engineering master delivery of all. Engineering produce, the products are sold in market, products are purchased in market, and products are repaired in market. Manufacturing is done for the part of that. If you do bad manufacturing, means your products is cheat based, and means you can't be forgiven by God. That's what I say. Dishonesty doesn't work, lying doesn't work, false statements never work. You have to consider yourself. You are charging for everything, and if you don't return that, you should sin. Yes, you have a right for profit. That profit can be limited to 5% maximum, 10% at most. But you want to make 20, 30, 40% due to whatever reason, that's your problem. That's what I say. COVID is there for everything. And COVID is not simply COVID now. It's a reformer of world. It's a reform of societies. I have seen all over the world, people have become dishonest. Society is broken. It's best. Well, people are calling society has changed. I would not say that. I say society has come back to its home, because previously it was destroyed out of home. It was pushed out of home because of additional facilities, because of these gadgets, mobiles, and all these LTs, and people did not stay at homes because they want to have extra relations or whatever you can say. I don't want to explain that. You know what I mean to say. And character was lost, honesty was lost, and you see all relations to God were rejected, because you believe in enjoying. Once I had some chatting with one lady, English lady, and on Messenger. She wants we English people, and I want to be your friend. Okay, you're my friend, no problem at all. I want You see, how is humans? Yeah, every day they talk like this. How today? How is that day? Oh, see, we are English people, and we want to enjoy life in full. And actually, I understood what she meant to say. Okay, you enjoy your life. Congratulations to you. Good wishes, bad wishes to you. Enjoy, but she wanted me to be with her. Some I did not answer that question because this was not a constructive questions. Means you cannot do what others want to do. My question is that once you have character, personality, integrity, well, everything depends on how you conduct with others, how you conduct. First, you have to conduct with yourself. That's first requirement. Forget about others. If you conduct yourself and how do you feel? Can you punish yourself? Can you give benefit to yourself? Can you, enjoy life yourself? If you can enjoy life yourself, if you can benefit yourself, if you can lead yourself, and if you can punish yourself for mistakes, then you have every right to do it for others. I mean to say your family members and all those. You have to think first that are you saying, have you done this? If I teach someone do like this, and if I don't apply that onto me, then my teaching is useless. I am not a good teacher in that case. This is my principle. This is my principle of management and organization. I don't believe in these formal managements because first you have to manage yourself and then see how it works. It's not somebody told me, it's my understanding. I understand from beginning itself. If I'm advising or suggesting to someone, I have to see myself whether can I do it. Yes, we are qualified for everything. Everybody has limited qualification. No qualification unlimited. Based on that qualification, based on the education, based on the knowledge, we perform work, and that work further enriches our knowledge. Then another work, and then another work. Like that, we move and we get more and more knowledge in that practical life, based on our educational standards. And we will say that was theoretical knowledge when we came out of university after having earned degrees, and later on we would like to have earned experiences. Experience is very rich. If you have rich experience, and you can perform further, and you can make yourself your own teacher, because sometimes you have so advanced in experience that you shall not find teacher for you who can teach you. Maybe you are too ahead of them, so you are your own teacher. You have to question yourself, and you have to answer yourself. You have to justify what you do. You have to analyze yourself. You have to check yourself. Just like we say, plan, do, check, and act. You have to do self-work, self-checking, self-examination, self-research, self-question setting. That's called totality of personality. It's not necessary to tell everybody I did right or wrong. First you tell yourself what was right, what was wrong. Could you do it better? And if you did not do better, how can you do it better now? That all applies onto you. Then you are a student as well as teacher as well as a researcher onto yourself. That's very important point. I want you to act this way. Not only to those who are seniors. I think seniors never care. They think I am senior and I don't deal on. But remember, senior or junior doesn't matter. It's your will, WILL. It's your will. It's your lust. It's your ambition. It's your objective. Whatever you can say, whatever term you give, it's up to you. I can only say, when I say I mean we, don't consider I itself. I am just speaking for I sake only. It's not that I want to say I am. It's not for myself. It is for you. When I'm saying this means I on your behalf am speaking. You are saying that, or we are saying that. You can take it because I sometimes express pride, which I'm not. I'm not talking from that aspect. I'm talking from very ordinary aspect. That I am talking as you are. Suppose you are talking, I am talking sitting in your tongue or your mind. So you consider it that way. So my dear friends, I never talk like what I'm talking. It certainly happens, and I say life has to be amended every day. It is to be thought, think. I always call very important exercises. And I think is unit of engineering. Its actual unit of engineering is think, think, think and think. And when you think in past, it's become thought, and that thought gives you answer in present. So when you think, actually, then power of God works in you. You cannot think otherwise. I'm not found, I think not more than 2 or 3% people who prefer thinking. I've not found that. Not here, everywhere. Not more than 3% or 2% people, or maximum you can say 5% people. Let us say 5% people. There may be some average thinkers. There may be some moderate thinkers. Not, you say, maybe not dedicated thinkers, but to some extent some things. And when you are a student, of course, during that education you have to think. Only then you can qualify examination. So keeping all sections in that, I can say on an average up to maximum 5% can think, and that's problem in life. Others follow, and this follow strength of 90% actually cause problem, because they decide very fast. Remember, can you understand my point? There are two persons, one is thinker and one is a follower. Follower understands very fast because that follower doesn't want to think. You tell something, you go, okay, fine, I do it. Without having thinking, without having conducted an analysis, without doing anything sort of that person starts doing things. Oh, decision maker, he's a decision maker. And you will find all people in leadership, generally all people in administration, and all people those who are rich, you will find them very rare they are thinkers. Very seldom someone is thinker. They are not. I have observed this in my life. This is what's called negative socialism, I call it. You do without thinking of its consequences. You do without thinking of how you are going to harm nature. You think something only for sake of doing, just to avail that opportunity, not to think how it will affect others. Because you are thinking for your interest only, and when you think for your interest, this is not called thinking, this is called selfish thinking, selfish nature, and you are of that nature at that time. To be very frank, when we say engineering applies to all activities in life, all activities. It's not simply profession of engineering. When I say engineer something, this means do it. Do it using mind, do it. Amend it using mind, amend it. Maintain it using mind, maintain it. And you can say replace it using mind, replace it. All are engineering. Construction, maintenance, servicing, operation, destruction, and then cycle back. Of course, research is everywhere, is located on all engineering. So we have to consider engineering differently. I am a civil engineer, and my job is for developing world, developing nation, developing state, developing social structures, social projects, which everybody shall use or some persons may use. That is job of a civil engineer, and it's very vast field. It's not field of buildings only, it's very vast field. I don't think there is certain location where engineer is not required. Civil engineer is not required. Everywhere required, and that's first priority. A civil engineer, because civil engineer starts with grabbing clearance, we have to clear plants, we have to clear grass, we have to clear sewage also, and we have to clear everything that lies there, so that we are able to conduct site preparation for work. Even for survey, sometimes we have to prepare some site or some surface, so the survey can be conducted professionally and you can say with convenience. So this engineer, who is called civil engineer, you may call it by different names, it doesn't make a difference. Ultimately, everybody has to go to civil engineering first, and then to jump over to structural engineer or finishing engineer or bridge engineer, or railway engineer, or environment engineer, or you may call by whatever, water resources engineer, means road engineer, you can call by whatever name. It doesn't make a difference. Ultimately, it is for public. You are actually a public engineer, not in position, but by virtue of your responsibility, by virtue of your scope of work. I can say that it is civil engineer who starts a journey for all others. That person moves on that journey after start and then brings all in into that box, and then once comes out, others stay there and they all come out, and real users stay there. When that journey is over, it's called end of project, and another project starts that has no limited duration, that continues forever, and that's called operation. So first definition was for project, and second definition is for operations. Project is limited time, operation is unlimited time. Unlimited time means it's not short journey, it's very long journey. Let us say some facilities project or some chemical project which you work for, operate for 30 years, 40 years, and then stop, or you may change machines, or you may retrofit that and then recontinue that. It doesn't say today I am starting and have to finish in 2 years. It's only construction, it's only project construction. That can say, okay, today we start this and we'll finish in 3 years, 2 years, and then put it to operation. Means we hand over to those people who are going to operate it forever, or for coming decades, or whatever is duration of that project, life of that project. Or you can say that delivered project. Yes, operation actually. That's called a part of engineering. That's different engineering. Construction only. Project engineering is one, and you can say operation engineering is another one. Operation engineering is not, it's only for maintenance, it's only for production, it's only for safety, it's only for delivery, continuous delivery. But project is, set one, it's fixed one, and that's why civil engineer is fixed one, and civil engineers in alliance with others also is fixed one, because nowadays exclusively civil engineer also cannot work like others, have to coordinate with each other and serve and reciprocate in their field with each other. That's also very important point, and we should understand these points as much as we can understand. That's fine, and particularly those youth, you can say young engineers or budding engineers or millennial engineers, they must understand this point. You are not dependent on something given by others. You have to do something on your own. Only then you can make a good engineer. You have to initiate something yourself. You have to struggle, and if you cannot struggle, then you are oriented in AC room and oriented only in computers. You cannot claim that you are that type of engineer. Then you can say desk-based, only desk-based engineer. When I was in Libya, they used to call desk-based engineer, or is real engineer. I mean to say works in field or works on sites. So that site engineer, otherwise is a desk-based engineer. In those days, actually, there were no such positions. You could say those who work in office. People used to work in office, like quantity surveyors used to work in office. Planners, there was not that level of planning in those days. Because you are site and you plan also, or you are in office, you may send some plan. So only job design and it's a quantity engineering was done in offices, while other activities were done outside offices. So there was this type of titles they created themselves, but those titles have gone. Nobody called desk. You are a desk engineer as well as you are a site engineer. So you have to do both jobs. And if you cannot do both jobs, you cannot say that. And I'm also calling those design engineers who think they are special one. Yes, everyone is special. Every engineer is special. It depends upon your specialty, to what depth you can reach in some branch or some subject of engineering. That is your specialty. Specialty does not mean that you have a degree of specialty. There is no degree of specialty involved, remember. No degree can give you specialty. Yes, you may learn some advanced theory, that's different. But no degree can give you specialization. It's you only can get that. And also special doesn't come from university, just mind it. It comes from your own. If suppose you have a doctorate degree, you don't have job for 5-10 years, then what you should do? What's the purpose of doctorate engineering? Nothing, no purpose. Your engineering must be used. It's also called in our life that you have knowledge, you have theoretical knowledge, but you have not you have not applied that knowledge in real life, you don't know what are goods or what are bads, what are merits or demerits, what are plus points and minus points, and how, or maybe something incorrect there. You have to discover that and you have to set that right. If you think no, there's some error in this method, you have to develop method, you have to evolve methods. Everything, every activity can be done in different ways. Every project has many methods, and that you have to understand. You have to understand, behavior of some project. How do you expect this project to go by going through key plan of that project, and you find no, this something different. I can define in a different way how it can be done. You may take, being expert, you can define a project. You can define its execution statement, or you can say this way. This is sequence I should do. This is my sequence, and this best I think. I've tried many sequences, and this one of best, which is this can go straight for complete construction or process or phases of construction. And you may say that it's up to you. It doesn't matter, but you have to learn that. This you only can say when you have gone through many projects and you want to learn considerable duration of experience in the professional life. And at end only experience works. You see, when you study your education, degree, diploma, or or master's degree, or whatever, doctoral degree or postdoctoral degree, those are all fine. Nobody says no, you have every right to have further education, but that education must be supported by, must be followed by practical work that if you get opportunity of. Everybody is not so lucky to have opportunity of all times. It depends upon time. Opportunity comes with responsibility, opportunity comes with liability, opportunity comes with your contribution. Otherwise, if you have opportunity and you have no will or lust, as I said before, you cannot get anything, you cannot understand anything. Just having degrees is no meaning. I am not against degree. You have degrees. I am unfortunate that I could have only one diploma and one degree. I could not go beyond that. I don't say that because of this degree, no. Even my degree is not useless. If suppose I don't use my degree or my diploma or whatever knowledge I could get from experience. I consider every project as a degree. If you do, say, you have done structure of some project, let us say, you have not done even finishes of that, then you are a structural engineer. Because you have done that, you might have gone through hundreds of structural drawings or details or standard details, and you might have worked with materials of those structures. You might have purchased materials, you might have proposed materials, you might have decided which material is better, which is not, and you might have tested many materials. You might have tried many methods, and you might have tested cubes and many other materials, full range materials of aggregates, and you can say gradings and soil and many more. You might have done curing, you have taken temperatures of things. So all that is a kind of, you can say, not formal but informal learning, which enriches you in your knowledge. So I can say every project, to whatever duration it is, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, adds to your qualification in name of experience, but that experience equals to a degree or a diploma, much senior to your academic degree or diploma. That is my designation of knowledge, how I consider. And I call it equal to one term, that is attainment, which is equal to academic qualification plus experiences. It's very important for everybody. There's no question of understanding or misunderstanding about this. We live in practical world. We don't live in dream world. Here, because I got academic success, we studied in university and got support from our teachers, our faculty, and then we became our faculty, made us a natural faculty to go to field and learn first and then teach others. You as an engineer first are a learner from someone, unknown by virtue of experience, and then you have to teach your associates, your staff, your workers, and all those who come in your contact, because you have to deliver project, and during delivery of that project you have to deal with many such people, many such workers, occupationists, and that also is very important from this point of view. That's what I understand with this. Let me just a minute, let me see some rain I find here, and before that, what I should say, I should move on with one file. I think let me start this file of soil, and that's very important one. I'll take, let us start that today. That file, you know what I'm talking of. I'm talking, not silver, subgeotechnique. Yes, this file I'm talking, because yesterday I left it somewhere. Today I want to take this file with contract, or let's say how we do, and I want to share this file. I don't waste more time. I want to continue on this file, and let me see how can we manage this. How can we go ahead with this? This is a very important file, and I kept it with me for more than 20 years, you can say. I kept this file with me for more than 20 years. Maybe 15 or 20, I don't exactly remember how much it is, but it's very good for me to have this file now. I'll now share this file with you, and meanwhile I'll be back in 1 minute. Just see what's happening. Rain and rain, lighting and rain, lighting and rain, which is really crucial, that this lighting and rain, and it's really dangerous, you can say. I'm not finding it. Sure, what's the problem here? What's the problem here? What's not giving, Sometimes problem in Facebook means it doesn't work. It's not working, you see. It's not taking in. This no entry is giving. Why? Why is it no entry? Why is it stop this? I don't know. See, it's giving some problem. What's happening? I don't know what's happening. And I'll be back and see what to do with this. Just a minute. Let me see how rain is going. Rain water comes into room is a problem. Let me see through this. I keep my watch here so that doesn't get a problem. If you watch here. sorry friends, little wet. I have gone outside to rain because my drains were chopped. I just want to figure it out. Otherwise, one of the flooded here from roof. You know what to do. Yesterday and today heavy rain. Early morning is now around 3:30, 40 or 4, and you can say full of rain now. Really, it's, of course, first of all, it's rain, not good, and then, we can see my face clearly. I don't want to show it, but, and, well, I am wet and taken a kind of bath in rain. No problem. Let us see how long can we move like this. Let me see, clean this water. No issue. Sometimes we have to tolerate such nature. It's momentary, I know, that's the lightning and rain. I did it. Sorry for your disturbance. I was trying to share some file, but I think some problem maybe with share. File is there, but where is share? That's point here. Let me go to share and try again. I don't know why it's not taking today. Something wrong maybe. Sometimes these people are also not clear what to do with that. It happens, you see. It's not taking today. Reason I don't know. It's not taking share. Yesterday it did very well. You see, it's not accepting. Why it's not accepting? I don't know. And peer encoder, where is that? There's a problem in share today, I think. I can't help it. Let me see. I'll try after some time. Okay, I'll try after some time. Meanwhile, I have to go. I talk about this, other subject about construction, and let's talk about permeability. I talked yesterday about permeability, and we did on that. Let's see. It's now. Let's talk about permeability. Set 15th chapter. I think it was. I remember this is 15th chapter. Oh yes. Permeability. I was talking. Where is permeability? Consolidation. Shear strength. Yes, 19. So I go back. Compaction. And this is now 16 compaction, 17 compaction. So to go back, and I think this is permeability. Yes, it is here. I got it. So I talked to you about permeability. I explained to you from book, and we discussed about what is that. And we have talked about. I know we're talking of. We have to say. We have talked about factors affecting values of coefficient of permeability, and we talked of these factors. We talked of these factors at length, and we have gone to I think effect of entropy and other form. I think I did not discuss this, so I'll be back here. Now we talked of effect of size and shape of grains. We talked of this one, and also we talked of effect of void ratio of soil, and effect of change of properties of pore water, effect of structural arrangements of particles and stratifications, effect of entrapped air, and you can say other foreign material, effect of adsorbed water, this we have to talk of, effect of size and shape, we had talked of this, and we talked of that my still back here. See what this is simple one sitting on my head, so that is really headache. So this was effect of size and shape from Mr. Poiseuilleot has given a law of flow through to capillary tube. According to him, coefficient of permeability, that's called K is equal to C D square E cube over 1 plus E and gamma W over N, and that is C is equal to a constant, D is equal to grain diameter, and E is equal to wide ratio, and gamma W is equal to unit weight of water, and eta is equal to viscosity of water. So formula is K is equal to CD square. C means constant, D means grain diameter square, wide ratio cube over 1 plus wide ratio, unit weight of water over viscosity of water. In this equation, K is equal to CD square, E cube over 1 plus E, gamma W over eta, gives factors on which volume of coefficient of permeability depends. Now, effect of size and shape, it's same. According to Poiseuilleot, flow is directly proportional to square of average both sides, square of grain diameter. It says, according to scientist says that, or engineer says that, flow is directly proportional to square of average size, both sides, that is D. Allen has performed a number of experiments on filter and whose effective size was 0.1 to 3 mm and coefficient of uniformity was not more than 5. He found that permeability of filter sands can be expressed by following equation, and that is K is equal to, that is what? Permeability of filter sands. This can be K is equal to CD square, CD10 square. C is a constant, D is size, as I said, grain diameter to base 10 square, where C is constant, value of 100, and C is a value of 100. K is equal to, so C is 100, K is equal to C D 10 square, D base 10 square, and D base 10 is effective diameter in centimeter, effective diameter in centimeter being 10% size on particle size distribution curve. 10% size on particle size distribution curve. 10% size of particle size distribution curve, it says particle size distribution curve, 10% on that. So K is equal to coefficient of permeability to in centimeter per seconds, that's the effect of that, and this is permeability of filter sands, and which is given by whom? It's given by Allen Hazen. Now, effect of wide ratio. So first point was effect of size and shape of grains. So we have one equation in that, that's from Poiseuilleot, and that is coefficient of permeability is equal to constant D square, which size of grain square, E cube over 1 plus E into density, or you can say unit weight of water over viscosity of water. And then Allen Hazen says permeability of filter K is equal to C D to base 10 square, and D10 constant C is 100 and D is 10 is effective diameter in centimeter, being 10% size on particle size distribution. Now wide ratio, what is effect of wide ratio on permeability? And that is coefficient of permeability of soils depend upon wide ratio. And what is that wide ratio? Having following relationship, coefficient of permeability of soils depend upon wide ratio, having following relationship, two relationships for coarse-grained soils have been developed. One is that is for void ratio. One is, two relationships for coarse-grained soils have been developed. One is K is proportional to E cube over 1 plus E. Means coefficient of permeability is proportional to void ratio cube over 1 plus void ratio, and K is proportional to E square. So there are two relations. K is proportional to void ratio cube over 1 plus void ratio, or you can say K is proportional to E cube over 1 plus E, and K is proportional to E square, void ratio square. And also found that graph between void ratio and permeability is a straight line. Where void ratio has been drawn on log scale, void ratio is drawn on log scale, that's x-axis, and permeability on natural scale, y-axis. This is true for both coarse-grained and fine-grained soils. So this is second one, that is effect of void ratio on soil. Now effect of change of properties of pore water. Let me see. I'm one worried about rain. This is very problematic for me. Another minute, please. Just hold on. If you sit down, it's okay. I'll be happy. So let's move further. So we have gone through, you can say, void ratio effect on permeability, and void ratio effect, that is K is proportional to E cube over 1 plus E. E is equal to void ratio, and K is proportional to E square, E square void ratio. K is proportional to CD, 2 by 10 square. K is 100 and D 10 square, and K is equal to CD square. CD square E cube over 1 plus E, and gamma W over eta. Eta is viscosity of water, gamma W is yield weight of water. Then effect of still void ratio is over. Now, so we can say effect of change of properties of pore water. This is third requirement, effect of change of properties of pore water. And what it says, coefficient of permeability is dependent upon, that is, coefficient of permeability is dependent upon gamma WH, gamma W over eta, that is, as we said before, gamma W over eta, that is causing K of, in first case, effect of change of properties of pore water. Coefficient of permeability is dependent upon gamma W means density of water over eta, where gamma W is density of unit weight of water, and mu is viscosity. Mu is viscosity. In other words, K is directly proportional to unit weight of water and inversely proportional to viscosity. Viscosity changes much with temperature, but change in unit weight of water is negligible. Hence, effect of property of water on value of K can be expressed in following relationship by, and if other factors are constant. So K1 over K2 is equal to eta 2 over eta 1. Now, effect of structural arrangement of particles and stratifications. Means there are actually 6 effects. This is fourth one. Effect of structural arrangement of particles and stratifications is shape and arrangement of void passages. Let me show you first this formula which I just maybe you forget it, otherwise this is number one here. You can say other formulas as well. Come on. Now I'm going to affect the change of properties of pore pressure and coefficient of effect of structural arrangement of particles and stratification. Because I'm really cold. Let's say shape and arrangement of void. Shape and arrangement of void passages vary with structural arrangement even at same void ratio. Effect of structural disturbance. Effect of structural disturbance is very glaring in case of fine-grained soils whereas coarse-grained soils are very little affected. So it's that shape and arrangements of void passages where the void vary with structural arrangements even at same and void ratio. Effect of structural disturbance is very glaring in case of fine-grained soils whereas coarse-grained soils are very little affected. Coefficient of permeability of soil in direction parallel to stratification is many times more than that perpendicular to stratification. Well, that should be parallel to stratification. Coefficient of permeability of soil is in direction parallel to stratification is many times more than that perpendicular to stratification. Hence, permeability determinations must be based on flow direction related to soil stratification, as horizontal or vertical. Permeability is also influenced greatly by cracks, joints, shear zones. Now, effect of entrapped air and other foreign matters. Now, that is point number 5, and then effect of adsorbed water. So, effect of entrapped air and other foreign matters. Darcy's law is valid when soil is fully saturated. Air entrapped in voids obstruct free flow of water in soil mass. Even small amount of air present in voids greatly influence permeability. Now, even small amount of air present in voids greatly influence permeability. When degree of saturation is less than 75%, permeability drops to low value. When degree of saturation is less than 75%, permeability drop to low value. How say? It says even small amount of air present in voids greatly influence permeability. When degree of saturation is less than 75%, permeability drops to lower value. Presence of foreign matter, tiny air bubbles, etc. present in water should be avoided because they plug soil pores, thereby obstructing free flow of water. Effect of adsorbed water. So this was one effect of entrapped air. I repeat this because this is small para, but this is important. And let us see what is that saying that effect of entrapped air and other foreign methods. Darcy's law is valid when soil is fully saturated. Air entrapped in voids obstruct free flow of water in soil mass. Even small amount of air present in voids greatly influence permeability. When degree of saturation is less than 75%, permeability drops to low value. Presence of foreign matter, tiny air bubbles, etc. present in water should be avoided because they plug soil pores, thereby obstructing free flow of water. Effect of adsorbed water is the end property, let's say water, adsorbed water, ADSORBD, adsorbed water surrounds fine soil particles. So fine soil particles, remember it's clay, I think, like that, Mount Morillonite, and so adsorbed water surrounds the fine soil particles and it's not free to move. Therefore, if it causes an obstruction to free flow of water by reducing effective pore space. It's difficult to find pore space occupied by adsorbed water in soil accurately. Casagrande has suggested that 0.1 may be taken as voids occupied by adsorbed water, and permeability may roughly be assumed to be proportional to square of net void of, that is, E minus 0.1. So total void is E, total void ratio is E. So the minus 0.1, that will say 0.1 may be taken exactly, means 10% may be taken as voids occupied by adsorbed water. So you can say square of net void, so E minus 0.1, that's K can be, can K vary according to E minus 0.1 bracket whole square. Value of permeability of clay is influenced by adsorbed water. So once again I say adsorbed water surrounds fine soil particles only you can say adsorbed water, adsorbed water. I am keeping my glass, maybe you can say, let me be a little nearer to the desk, so I can say here. So say adsorbed water effect. Adsorbed water surrounds fine soil particles only and is not free to move. Therefore, it causes an obstruction to free flow of water by reducing effective pore space. Difficult to find pore space. It's difficult to find pore space occupied by adsorbed water in soil accurately. Casagrande has suggested that 0.1 means 10% may be taken as voids occupied by adsorbed water, and permeability may roughly be assumed to be proportional to square of net void ratio, and that is E minus 0.1, and K be proportional to E minus 0.1 bracket whole square. Value of permeability of clay is influenced by adsorbed water. So these were six points, factors affecting value of coefficient of permeability. So each factors are: number one is effect of size and shape of grains, effect of void ratio of soil. First is effect of shape and size of grain, effect of void ratio of soil, effect of change of properties of pore water, effect of structural arrangement of properties, particles and stratifications, effect of enthalpy and other foreign matter, and effect of adsorbed water. These are effects of this these are effects here. You can see these effects. Just showing direct from this old book, old page, no problem. It's for understanding only. You have to understand that. And this is, these are effects here. You can see these effects, formula and effects. I'm just trying to help you this way. Maybe you have that, you know better than me. I can't say that, but it's always good. So you say in effect of size and shape, it is K is equal to CD square, E cube over 1 plus E and gamma w over n, where c is constant, d is grain diameter, e is wide, so gamma w is unit weight of water, e is equal to viscosity of water, and f x size and shape of grains in this k is equal to c into d10 2 is 10 square. C is a constant 100 and k is equal to 100 d10 square. D10 is effective diameter in centimeter, being 10% size on particle size distribution curve, and k is equal to coefficient of permeability in centimeter per second, and effect of height ratio is k is equal to e cube over 1 plus e, or k is proportional to e square, and effect of change of properties of pore water is k1 over k2 is equal to e2 over eta 2 over eta 1. Effect of structural arrangement of particles and stratifications, and that we know when it's in direct flow of stratification, permeability is more, while it's perpendicular to that, but this less one. Effect of interrupt here, and others we haven't seen that, means it stops, it obstructs this way, and effect of adsorb water, we have seen that adsorb water cannot be measured, cannot be such, so we keep it 0.1% of total, so k e minus void ratio minus 0.1, that's whole square is proportional to k, or k is proportional to that one. Laboratory determination of coefficient permeability. Now let's say you want to determine in laboratory, what should be done. So let us see now. Laboratory determination of coefficient of permeability. In laboratory, value of coefficient of permeability can be determined by means of an apparatus known as a permeameter. Permeameter, PERMEA, and then meter. Permeameter are of two basic designs: a constant head permeameter and variable head permeameter. Constant head permeameter, in this apparatus, head of water is always kept constant, and that's why it's a constant head permeameter. Head of water is constant, you can say, and the quantity of water flowing through soil mass of known area and length in a given time is measured. A diagrammatical representation of constant head permeameter is shown, and that I show you of now. Undisturbed soil sample of length L and area A, that's square section area, is kept in container, and on bottom side a porous plate has been provided. Water supply is given from overhead tank, that is constant head BH is shown. A top surface of water to a bottom is shown, and there's some a point also, that's height of soil sample, that's L. So soil sample is fully saturated before performing experiment. So saturated, after saturation, quantity of blow for any time interval is measured. Water is collected in a graduated jar, which is kept just adjacent to soil sample. Saturated sample water is collected in a graduated jar. If Q amount of water that discharged has been collected in time t, we can find value of coefficient of permeability by applying Darcy's law. Here Q discharge, and we say in this time divided by time, so in each unit this has come, and that's K into I into A. K is equal to Q over 3 L over H. I is L over H. L is height of soil sample, and H is head from that level of top of jar water, that's H. So L over H into A is equal to 1 over A in this case, because we have it's A 1 over A here. So this equation means and this can say Q L over H A T, and that is value of K. This means K is equal to coefficient of permeability is equal to discharge divided by time into length of sample, height of sample over constant head and area. So I show this one. first of all. Just see what I explained is in simple terms is here, and it's here, you can see that. You can see that's a water tank above and soil sample saturated one below with height L and the porous plate below. I think in porous it should be. And you see H is height, and this is what it is. And let me see, porous, how can it be? Porous, let me see, has something there. In case of variable, no, it's this one. In this apparatus, this porous plate is written. Porous because water has to move there. That's again I say. It's going to jar, so it should be porous. No, not. It's going to jar. So that's the point, this one. And there's another one that is for other case. I'm doing the discuss now. And you can see by chance, you can see here, this is water here into an area of standpipe, and this is area A of sample, and this again porous plate in jar here, and there are various heights are shown for this. And let's see what is this variable head. You can say this is previous but not variable head, and this is porous plate, this is variable head. So I'll go and see this on the variable head. You can say variable head per millimeter. Let's put on. Now in this case, variable head per millimeter, head is not kept constant, and amount of percolated water is also not measured. In this case of variable head per millimeter, the head is not kept constant, and amount of percolated water is also not measured. This is height at time height at time t, height of time t0, height of time t, height of time t1. So different timings. Variable head per millimeter, head is not kept constant, and amount of percolated water is also not measured. It shows line sketch of variable head per millimeter. In this case, soil is having length L, and area A, porous plate is at bottom, water is given from top through a standpipe fitted with stopcock. Variable head is given in standpipe. The principle of calculation is HOB head at 0. This one HO. First is HO at T0, then H at T, and then H1 at T1. These three heads, let us say, is given. Then rate of flow can be expressed as area of standpipe multiplied by velocity of fall. So velocity is equal to head is just change dH over d2 means differential of height with respect to time. The dH over dt, that's velocity, equal to dH change in height over change in time. So dH over dt, with respect to time we are changing this change of height with respect to time, the differential of height to time. Equate rate of flow with Darcy's law. And what is that? Darcy's law, Q is equal to KIA equal to K into H over L, A, Darcy's law. So, or minus A means minus A, what is minus A? Area of standpipe minus A, area of standpipe, into dH over dt. So dH over dt is change of height, or you can say change of fall in respect to time, into A is standpipe area, so we got volume. You can say this is volume, and this change in volume equal to discharge, right? This change in volume, there is a drop and this change in volume, area of pipe into dH over, so is a minus this term to be KH over A means minus A dH over H. we can say dh, we bring h this end, h from that side we bring here, equal to k into a over L, and dt. dt is gone there, so minus a integration of h0 to h1, h0 to h1 h0 to h1, this is the limit h0 to h1 dh over h is equal to k a over L, and integration 0 to t1 dt. So there are two equations, and k is equal to, this is now k is equal to a over a, k is equal to L over a over t1 log this e h0 over h1 equal to 2.3 al over at1 log to base 10 h1 h0 over h1. While performing, so what is that? Let me show you this. What is that actually? When I said this, we have this one. Sorry, this one. This is a variable head. You see there are three changes after changing height h0 at time t0, then height h1 at h0 h at t, and h1 at this, and this is this is water in this tube, in this pipe with area A, cross sectional area A, and this is your sample, and this is your sample here at L height, porous plate below, but water is not measured at discharge, it's down, is measured in tube, the fall of water, and that is taken into our mathematical equations, and which is here. You can say this equation, Darcy's law-based equation, Q is equal to K into I A and K into H over L A, and minus A dH dt is equal to K into H over L A, and minus A dH over which K is A over T, and then minus this and integration limit, and that is H0 to H1, and here is this times V1, and you can take this is after all answer 2.3 A and 81 equal to log 10 HOA, and this is formula for coefficient of permeability. While performing experiments, initial height of water level H0 is first measured after starting this experiment. After starting this experiment, height of water is allowed to fall in standpipe up to any point, up to water points H1, and time required for that fall is noted. Value of K can be found by using equation 15, 20, well, it's only for this book, not for you. Value of K can be found out by this equation. That equation that just says K is equal to 2.3 A into L over at1 log 10 to base 10 h0 over h1. That equation we can find value of K, and this can say value of K can be found by using this equation after value of h0, h and t has been found from experiments. So there are certain limitations to both permeameters. In constant head permeameter, accuracy of test depends upon accuracy of measurements of volume of water which we collected in jar. Hence there must be a reasonable amount of collected water. This is why this method is restricted to sand and fine gravels, because water can move fast due to permeability through sand and fine gravels. If there are fine materials in soil mass, permeability and quantity of water flowing are low. If there are only coarse materials in soil mass, permeability and quantity of water is high. Under these restrictions, constant head permeameter is suitable only where permeability ranges from 10 to power minus 2 to 10 to power minus 4 centimeter per second. You see this 10 to power minus 2, 1 over 100 this is, and 10 to power minus 4 is 1 over 1000. 1 over 10,000 centimeter per second. You can see 10 to the power minus 0.001 centimeter per second and 0.00001 centimeter per second. So small, falling head per millimeter is used for, you know, falling head per millimeter is used for less permeable soils like fine sand, silt and clay soils where discharge is very small and permeability of stratified mass of soil. Let us say now, let me take some water first because I went out twice and it's now my throat is drying. So let me take some water with your permission because I'm disturbing you all the time. I think I'm not listening to voice of rain. So let's move further. Today I am disturbed, No problem, life is like that. What to do? Rain can't hold it, Now, say now we have gone through limitations and we have seen that this are this what we said jar 1, which is constant head, was fit only for 10 to power minus 2 and 10 to power minus 4 centimeter per second, and falling at use only for less permeable soils like fine sands, clay, silt, etc. Now, probability of stratified masses of soil, permeability of stratified masses of soil. Soils are always deposited in different strata in nature. Each soil layer shall have different value of coefficient of permeability. Coefficient of permeability for whole soil mass consisting of all layers shall be different in vertical as well as in horizontal directions. If thickness of each layer and its coefficient of permeability is known, average value of coefficient of permeability in vertical as well as in horizontal direction can be found. Soil samples are taken from each layer of soil and their individual values of K are determined in laboratory in visual way. There is a figure, and that figure shows different size. This is strata of soil. This is strata height H1, H2, H3, and dependent, and then Hn. And you see vertical, his vertical permeability is Kv, and horizontal permeability Kh. Total height is H. Let me show you this sketch first, so that you know what is there. I'm sorry, this one. Yeah, this is that sketch. Total height is H of strata is H1, H2, H3, and then Hn, and there is you can say K1, K2, K3, V1, V2, V3, K1 V1, and you can say here KV and KH, V for vertical, H for horizontal. This is diagram here which you can see yourself. Let's not talk of this. Now it says that soil samples are there, and let K1, K2, K3, Kn be coefficient of permeability of different strata of soil, and H1, H2, that's different. K1, K2, K3 can be the coefficient of permeability of different strata, and H1, H2, H3, H1 be thickness of individual layers of soil. Total thickness H is equal to H1 plus H2 plus H3 etc. etc. plus Hn, and Kh equal to average coefficient of permeability of soil in horizontal direction, that is parallel to bedding plane, and Kv is equal to average coefficient of permeability of soil in vertical direction, is normal to bedding planes. Now flow parallel to bedding planes, let V1, V2, V3 and Vn be velocities in each strata having thickness H1, H2, H3, Hn etc. Hence total discharge is equal to Q, then that is equal to V1 H1. V is velocity, H1 is height, so V1 H1 plus V2 H2 plus V3 H3 plus Vn Hn. Let V be average velocity flow through whole soil mass. So V equal to discharge over H, and velocity is discharge over height, total thickness, where H is total thickness. So velocity, average velocity is this, and this equal to 1 over H, and that is Q, and the V1 H1 plus V2 H2 plus V3 H3 plus Vn Hn. Now from Darcy's law we know that V1 is equal to K I1, V1 V2 is equal to K to I, V1 is equal to K3 I, Vn is equal to K and I, hence velocity equal to 1 over H, so M1 over H, K1 I H1, we will replace V1 by that, so K1 I H1, K2 I H2, plus K3 I H3 plus K and I Hn. Hydraulic gradient is I is same for all layers hydraulic gradient. If whole soil mass is considered, then let average permeability in horizontal direction be Kh, and according to Darcy's law, Z equal to Kh into I, Kh into I, and but the equation for average velocity Kh into I equal to 1 over H, K1 IH1 plus K2 IH2 plus K3 IH3 plus Kn IHn equal to Kn, that is Kn equal to 1 over H, K1 H1 Hn, all this. So this Kh actually, or Kh is equal to this I, and this is this one, I is taken out, so Kh like this. Now, so this is that formula, and then flow normal to bedding plane. This was flow, parallel to stratification. Just to see this, and just a glimpse of that, I'll show you of this here. This glimpse of that, you can say there's some problem, I think shade problem, so you can see it's here. Now flow normal to bedding planes. Now for flow at right angles to bedding planes, flow at right angles to bedding planes. That's my question now. For flow at right angles to bedding planes, let hydraulic gradient across individual layers be denoted by well, I'm feeling cold, Yeah, it's cold also, there's a problem here. Put another fan, relax. For normal to bedding planes, for flow at right angles to bedding planes, let hydraulic gradient across individual layers be denoted by I1, I2, I3, In. And let H1, H2, H3, Hn be head of losses in individual layers, hence total head losses. H is equal to H1 plus H2 plus H3, and Hn, and H is equal to H1 plus H2 plus H3 and Hn. H is equal to I1 H1, capital H1 here because of height, and I2 H2 plus I3 H3. Like hydraulic gradient across series of layers shall be H over H, and principle of continuity of flow requires that velocity must be same in each layer. So hence V equal to H over H in kV. For whole soil mass, kV is coefficient of permeability in vertical direction. For individual layer velocity, V is equal to K1 I1 equal to K2 I2 equal to Ks K3 I3 equal to Kn In. Hence I1 equal to V over K1, I2 equal to V over K2, I3 equal to V over K3 and V over Kn. Substituting these values of I1, I2, I3, we get H is equal to V1 over K1, H1 V1 over K2, H2 plus V1 over K2, H3 plus V over Kn, Hn. Again I say H is equal to V over K1, H1 plus V over K2, H2, etc. And H is equal to VH over KV. And this is what we say. This is answer is H is equal to VH over KV. Hence VH over KV equal to V over K1 H1 plus V over K2 H2 plus V over K3 H3 plus V over Kn Hn, or KV equal to H over H1 over K1 plus H2 over K2 plus H3 over K3 plus Hn over Kn. This you can see. I'll show you this derivation. So this through bedding planes, it is through bedding planes, and same, not really anything else. It's okay. Bedding planes it is. And I'll show you the other one that also here. So not this one, I think next page I will go, not this page, sorry. Next page I will go. Sometimes I can't even remember which page it was. You can see this. Now draw down, we are reaching somewhere else. Field determination of coefficient of permeability. Field determination of coefficient of permeability. This was laboratory determination. Now we are going to field determination. We shall end this chapter, I think, later on. Let me see if I can adjust something here. No, we can't do that way. It's not going to work that way. I think it shouldn't work. It shouldn't work that way. No, it won't work that way. So why these people close this? I don't understand. Why these people close it? You see, there's nothing to close in this. Why they close this? I think if I go through there, I think it's saying or something. But it's lighting again. See, it's lighting again. It's going momentary. Why it's going momentary? Surprising. These people, Facebook technicians, never see anything. You see, it's there, but it's not. I'm not able to do that. No, it's not coming up. Share is not working. I think why? I think we have removed share. Yeah. It's not working. Share is not working. Maybe they have done it today. I don't know why. Well, by bad luck, I'm not able to do that. They give facility and then they take it back. I don't know these people are scientific or they are just lay people, these technicians of, I think this is a problem with our country. These people are not dedicated or committed to something. Yesterday I shared many files and today I'm not able to share. I had to speak from file and it's not good anyway. Means how much can you speak and how can people understand it? Field determination of coefficient of permeability. Now, in laboratory, in laboratory one cannot create completely field conditions. That's true. Even if experiment is performed on undisturbed sample, sometimes tests are performed in field itself. Most reliable result about coefficient of permeability, of course, grain soils, coarse grain soils actually, I'm sorry. Most reliable results about coefficient of permeability of coarse grain soils, below water table can be obtained by pumping tests in field. Such tests have wide applications in deep building foundations, foundations of large bridges, dam foundation, water supply projects, etc. Test is rather costly, but it gives a very accurate idea of permeability of soil in natural state. In pumping test, a well is sunk through ground up to impervious layer. If not impervious layer is available, then up to a considerable depth. Up to a considerable depth. Sorry. Well is known as test well. Well is known as test well, and their diameters are normally kept from 25 centimeter to 50 centimeter. Test well is called, and diameters are normally kept from 25 to 50 centimeter. Test wells may have perforated casings. Perforations in casing must be of sufficient size and should be close enough to one another to permit groundwater to flow into well as it reaches casing. Now in figure test well has been shown, which has been drilled up to impervious stratum at bottom of sand layer. Sand stratum may be confined at top and bottom between two impervious strata. Here two strata, and then it is called confined aquifer. Confined aquifer. If impervious strata is only at bottom, then it is called unconfined aquifer. Unconfined aquifer. Aquifer is ACQUIFER. So if only one end is there, if impervious strata is only at bottom, it's called unconfined aquifer, and if this impervious strata is shown on top and bottom both, it's called confined aquifer. After that, through observations, wells, two observation wells, smaller diameter than test well, are dug at a distance R1 and R2 from test well. Before starting experiment, initial elevations of water table are recorded. Pumping is done from test well at a known uniform rate of discharge and continued till a steady state of flow into well is established. Steady state is indicated when water level in test well and water level at observation wells become constant. At this time, experimenter shall notice that water surface has gone down within zone of influence of test well, and this assumes shape of an inverted hyperbolic cone. Again, at this time, experimenter notices that water surface has gone down within zone of influence of test well, and this assumes shape of an inverted hyperbolic cone. This curve is known as drawdown curve. It is assumed that flow towards well is radial, flow through towards well is radial at two observation wells, and hydraulic gradient may be expressed as dH over dr, change in height with respect to radius. In case of unconfined aquifer, after pumping is over, distance h1 and h2 are found out. Calculation for determining value of K is done as follows. Now let me show you sketch first, then we will look after into calculation. Now I am going to show you two sketches, and two sketches, one is for unconfined aquifer and another is for confined aquifer, both, and let us see how it is and how drawdown is done, and let us understand elementary basics of practical measure of coefficient probability in field by reality in no laboratory test is conducted in that case. And that you can see here, the well is drawn, sunk, and two test wells, the observation wells are there. This is unconfined one. What drawdown is shown, height h1 h2 are shown, and we know test well is shown, and stratified or strata 1 and strata is called unconfined aquifer it is. And if you go up, you will find same with different, same but confined one, and that is h1 h2 same, and test well is same, and observation wells are there h1 h2, these are one same. And you can see drawdown of this by radial movement. This is drawdown curve, which is you know drawdown curve here. You can see that. Now let's go further to know, because this ends, this derivation shall end, and this permeability. And let us see now. Area of soil through which water flows towards test well is equal to that of cylindrical surface of radial r and height h, that is 2 pi rh, using Darcy's law. Now that is cylindrical surface that water is taken out or pumped out and water flows out. This is area of soil through which water flows towards test well is equal to that of cylindrical surface of radius r and h height As 2 pi r is circumference into height using Darcy's law, that is cylindrical surface. Q is equal to A into I into K. A is equal to 2 pi r, the circumference, into height h. So circumference into height h, your surface area, and height changed to r, that is dh dr or dr into k. So k is that, I is hydraulic gradient, and so q into dr equal to 2 pi r, 2 pi r h into h, and dr over you can say r, dr over r equal to 2 pi k over q h dh. Integrate between limits r1 and r2. R1 is location, is distance between test well and other wells, observation wells, and R2 is distance between test well and other observation well. So R1, R2 over R1, and that is integration of dr over r is equal to 2 pi k over q, integration of h to h1 h dh, and therefore q log to base c r1 over r equal 2 pi k 1 over 2 h1 square minus h2 square, and k is equal to q log to base c r1 over r over pi h1 square minus h2 square, bracket in, equal to 2.3 q log to base 10 r1 over r divided by 5 bracket h1 square minus h2 square. If there is combined aquifer, area through which flow takes place is 2 pi rz, 2 pi rz. Yes, this is confined aquifer. Z is height of aquifer, confined aquifer. So 2 pi rz, where Z is thickness of stratum, and Q is equal to KIA equal to KDH dr, Z 2 pi rz, and 2 pi kz over q is equal to integration limit h to h1, dh is equal to integration h to hr dot 1 dr over r. K is equal to 2.3 q log 10 to base 10 r1 over r2, 2 pi z h1 minus h2. This is formula. You can try yourself. Just have a look on that. There's no time to try now. You can try it. Just understand that this is what formula is about those aquifers. You know, when we're talking of aquifers. You are there. And I'll show you on the next page because this continues on to the next page. That is this one. It's confined aquifer. Yeah. Now let's move. So in this chapter of capillarity and permeability, we have gone through various stages. Now let's see one question here, where there are so many questions here. Well, there is no time for questions for you people. Even then, one question is say, calculate height of capillary rise in a soil whose deep base 10 is 0.2 mm and wide ratio is 0.5. So this solution is that calculation of height of capillary rise calculated D10 is 0.2 mm and void ratio is 0.51, and solution is assume average size of void as dmm, volume of each sphere of soil which is proportional to D10 cube. This as void ratio is 0.51, 0.51, volume of void corresponding to unit volume of solid shall be proportional to 0.51 due to base 10 cube. Volume of each void space is proportional to d cube. ds is equal to 0.51 with d base 10 cube, and d is equal to 0.51 to base 1 over under root. I'm not saying the cube root to d10, and it's 0.8 into 0.2, so 0.16 or 0.16 of 10 to the power minus 3 meter. Now this formula 15 years h is equal to 0.15 over r, which is equal to 0.3 over d centimeter. D is diameter, so 0.3 or 0.016 is 18.7 centimeter. What is the height of capillary rise? The height of capillary rise is 0.3 or 0.6. You can say is that one, and this is calculate height of capillary rise, and so height is how we calculated. V says has got d based on, so it's that we can see that one here numerical. This is a kind of numerical you can get in this. And not this one, sorry, this one. Where is that? I have missed that one. This is a formula, yeah. What are you doing? Oh, it's down. Sorry, it's down. My book is actually torn. I unable to bring it to your screen. It's unable to bring to screen all time because it won't survive. Or just look on this numerical part and you can understand. You can pause video and see all this. Okay, we now move forward. I have no time for solving these miracles for you. So I can say we can study it, have studied what is this. Studied in this chapter, that is capillary and permeability. We have studied what is actually so source of all water and where water comes from, and what's capillary forces and what is surface tension. We have studied in this also. We have studied capillary rise, and then we have studied tension across spherical meniscus on top of capillary rise, and we have studied capillary potential. What is that? Then also we have studied PF scale of expressing capillary potential, then measurement of capillary potential by soil tensiometer, and capillary siphoning we have studied, and we have studied just to take care of capillary siphoning, which is very dangerous, and if it works it can even vacate your dams and urban dams, and that's why and also permeability, then after capillary we study permeability. You know what is permeability is. Then laminar and turbulent flow we study, where this value of Reynolds number studied 2000, less than 2000, more than 2500, and in between we have studied discharge. What is discharge velocity and seepage velocity? Discharge velocity and seepage velocity, and we have this assumptions and validities of Darcy's law, and also factors affecting value of coefficient of permeability, and also effect of size and shape of grains, effect of void ratio, effect of change of properties of pore water, effect of structural arrangement of particles and stratifications, and effect of entropy and other foreign matters, effect of adsorbed water, and laboratory determination of coefficient of permeability, and also variable head permeability, constant head permeability, varying head permeability, and we have studied permeability of stratified masses of soil, and flow parallel to bedding planes, flow normal to bedding planes, and also field determination of coefficient of permeability, which I just now done. This is what in this scope of capillary permeability, the elementary knowledge. Expansion is in your hands. How far can you move? That's your choice. Your good one. You can move whatever you want to move. It doesn't make any specific on that. it's up to you. Then we go to that is C page. We have to move to C page forces and flow nets. C page is very important point, very important term, property, which is, you can say, kind of sometimes risky. It brings us risks about everything. Seepage forces and flow nets. Seepage forces and flow nets, though it's little complicated to understand, but not very difficult to understand. If you concentrate on this, you can find that one. And then after that, compaction we have already done. I just held this point, seepage and this capillary and this, permeability a little later, because we have to understand soil first. So I just now include later on. We have already gone through that capillary and permeability. Elementary study we are done, and that's enough. If you understand that, it's enough for understanding of practical work of. And then the soil classifications, we have already understood soil classification, which is the beginning of this, and we have understood engineering properties of soil. We will go through that again, because engineering properties, and then so we have to little understand what is seepage forces and what is flow nets and seepage forces. Now, effective, neutral and total stresses. Effective, neutral and total stresses that we have to understand in our, effective, neutral and total stresses. Let me take some water. I think it's better for me to take some water first. Sorry, 2 hours. It's now 5, I'll not go now, 6 I'll go. I'll go 6 for see state of brain, just a minute please. Let me just look for 20 seconds. Hours, more than 2 hours. It will be very what to do. Still raining and raining. They say corona will go. It will go. Moisture, low temperature, corona will rise. these political leaders. Affects neutral and total stresses. Two types of stresses act within saturated soil mass. Two types of stresses act within saturated soil mass, or both of them make a total stress. One is named as effective stress, and effective stress or intergranular pressure, and another is neutral stress or pore water pressure. So effective stress oblique intergranular pressure and neutral stress or pore water pressure. Total stress is a combination of effective stress and neutral stress. So total stress equal to effective stress plus neutral stress. Effective stress is a stress transmitted from one grain to another grain through their points of contact in a soil mass. Such stress is effective in changing void ratio of soil. Effective stress is a stress transmitted from one grain to another grain through their points of contact in a soil mass. Such stress is effective in changing void ratio of soil and in changing other engineering properties such as shear, strength, etc. As stress is transmitted from one grain to another one, sometimes it's also known as intergranular pressure. Neutral stress is transmitted through pore water pressure, pore water present in soil. And neutral stress does not bring any change either in void ratio or in some other engineering property of soil. It acts equally on all sides. As this stress is transmitted through pore water, it is sometimes also termed as pore water pressure. Phenomenon of effective stress and neutral stress can be best understood by example. Let's say, there's a thin layer of soil in a container. Void ratio of soil is E0. Apply some load on soil by covering it with stone chips. Let intensity of load be whatever heat, I think, or what is this, point unit area, delta per unit area. After application of load, compression will start under this stress and void ratio of soil shall decrease from E0 to E1. There shall be change in shearing strength also. In this case, we find that stress is being transmitted from one stone chip to another and then finally to soil. Hence, one stone chip to another and then finally to soil. Hence, this is known as effective stress. Denote effective stress by delta hash. Now, if instead of stone chips, container is filled with water to such a height HW, that's HW equal to delta over gamma W, the stress or soil mass shall also be same as equal to delta as in previous case, but in this case increase in pressure is due to weight of water. This does not change void ratio or other engineering properties of soil mass. Hence it's known as neutral stress, and let us denote it by W. In this case, W is equal to HW YW, where YW so gamma W is unit weight of water, it's obvious that in any soil, total stress is combination of effective and neutral stresses. Hence, if you express total stress by delta, it is delta is equal to delta dash plus W. Now let's consider different conditions of soil water system and try to find out value of effective stress. Saturated soil mass, we say one is saturated soil mass and other one condition is saturated soil with surcharge, then saturated soil with capillary fringe, then you can say after that you can say I think these are only three. These are three, let's say. Now saturated soil mass, we will show you in previous case this was figure. Let us see that first. In previous case this was figure, this one which we talked about, soil P, soil mass and pressure on that, stone chips and then water. And this other case which is water and soil below. And this other case, this is say section 1, 2 or this is section this. So these are the, we are going to discuss this one now. Already we have discussed this. We are discussing this and then we will discuss this. Now say saturated soil mass. This figure shows a mass of saturated soil whose height is Z. Soil mass is covered with water whose height is Z1 from top of soil layer. Total stress at AA, that is bottom of soil, total stress at AA is equal to, that is Z plus Z into Y saturated, gamma saturated plus Z1 into gamma W. This is stress delta, where unit weight gamma W water and gamma set is saturated weight of soil. So neutral stress W is equal to HW plus HW into gamma W, HW into gamma W. That is neutral stress. Effective stress is equal to, that is delta, that is equal to delta minus W. Delta minus W. Delta was Z saturated plus Z1 water. So this is equal to delta, that is equal to delta minus W. So delta is the Z omega Z plus Z1 amount of water minus HW into gamma water. In this, Z gamma set plus Z1 gamma W minus HW is equal to Z plus Z1 into gamma W. Because piezometric head H, there is Z1 Z into Y set minus YW is equal to Z gamma dash, where gamma is submerged weight of soil. Thus effective stress can be found by multiplying height of soil with its submerged weight. Value of effective stress does not depend on height of water. Column above it in case if Z1 is equal to 0. effective stress will be same as long as soil above AA. As long as effective, as long as soil above AA remains saturated with this AX at x-axis, effective stress is 0 at x-axis, effective stress is 0 at total stress equal to pore water pressure. This was one, and that was, that is saturated soil mass. You have seen that. Now, saturated soil with surcharge. Saturated soil with surcharge. Saturated soil with surcharge. I'd like to, let's see how much can we do. After all, this is very important subject. As much as we can do, we do. Saturated soil with surcharge. There's a figure that shows this, and I have shown you that figure already. This shows mass of saturated soil whose height is Z, and there is a moist soil above it having a height Z1. Surcharge pressure of Q intensity is also acting over it. Surcharge pressure of Q intensity is also acting on it. Let me show you that pressure, because maybe I did not notice that. I have seen or not seen. This is that, I'm calling this surcharge pressure, and this is moist soil, and this is saturated soil. This is AA, and this is XX, and this is YY, and this is HW, and this is your, move my finger from here. Hold on. This is Z, and this is this one. So it's that. Sorry, it may not go, otherwise let's see now what it says. Now total stress at AA. Total stress A, this bottom, and it is this is I have to stretch my legs. Oh my god. That is delta, total stress at AA. Delta is equal to Q plus Z1 gamma. Q is surcharge Q plus Z1. Z1 is height of moist soil, so Z1 into gamma, that is density of moist soil, plus Z is height of saturated soil, so Z into gamma saturated. This is total stress. Q plus Z1 gamma plus Z1 set. Pore water pressure W is equal to HW gamma W is equal to ZW. Pore water Z we are taking, that is from soil, saturated soil. So this is, it says ZW pore water pressure is equal to HW into gamma W, that's equal to Z into gamma W. Hence effective stress is sum of these two. So effective stress is equal to delta dash equal to, this is total stress minus pore water pressure, that is total stress is Q plus Z1 gamma plus Z set, gamma set minus Z gamma W equal to Q Z1 gamma plus Z Y dash, and at plane XX, that is top of soil saturated sample, that this is delta is equal to Q plus Z1 gamma dash, W is equal to HW by W is equal to 0. Hence effective stress is Q plus Z1 gamma, Q plus Z1 gamma. Saturated soil with capillary fringe. So let me show you this saturated soil with surcharge. Let me show the calculation first, so that nothing remains, sorry here, that's all. All I'm showing is, which one is talking about here? What are you doing? It's same. What I do, I don't know. Yes, it is that saturated soil with surcharge. This is that. This is that. Saturated soil with capillary fringe. Saturated, put my fan on now. I'm running switching. Saturated soil with capillary fringe, and I think this is show this figure. Saturated soil mass of height Z. Above this there is a soil mass that is saturated by, you can say, about this there is a soil mass that is saturated by capillary water, and its height is Z1. In this case, piezometric head HW is equal to Z. HW is equal to Z, and Z1, and HW is equal to Z. It is known that capillary pressure is effective in reducing void ratio, and that case will be equal to this. Saturated soil with capillary fringe. First you see sketch. And then we see. So that is sketch, Show saturated soil mass of Z height, and above this there is a soil mass which is saturated by capillary water, and its height is Z1. In this case, piezometric head HW is equal to Z. It's known that capillary pressure is effective in reducing void ratio, and in this case will be equal to HC equal to what? Gamma W equal to Z1 gamma W. Effective stress at level AA, that is delta dash equal to Z plus Z1 break gamma dash minus Z1 gamma W. Z gamma dash plus Z1 into Z set. Effective stress at level XX equal to delta dash equal to Z1 gamma dash plus Z1 gamma W Z1 gamma set. Effective stress at YY, effective stress at YY, this is gamma, this is delta dash equal to capillary pressure Z1 gamma W. So they have shown stress at AA, stress at XX and stress at YY. So stress at effective stress A is, that is Z gamma dash plus Z1 gamma H. At XX this is XX is Z1 gamma dash plus Z1 gamma W at there, and at YY this capillary pressure is equal to Z1 and gamma W. These are three. You can see this and here. Here is this. Sure. Yes, I'm sure. Wow. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Capillary fringe, I'm showing. Yes, capillary fringe. As I said, at A bottom, axis top of saturated sample, and YY on top. Effective pressures given. Now we have learned about this, what is saturated soil mass, about saturated mass, and about saturated soil with surcharge and saturated soil with capillary fringe. Now we'll go to quicksand. What is quicksand? Quicksand. Quicksand. Now flowing water under certain head has capacity to move. Flowing water under certain head, because quicksand I'm talking, flowing water under certain head has capacity to move solid materials with it. Boiling of sand and pebbles along bottom of river, boiling of sand and pebbles along bottom of a river is common effect of this capacity. Size of grains which can be moved depend upon velocity of water. Velocity depend on hydraulic gradient. Size of grain which can be moved with depend upon velocity of water. Velocity depend on hydraulic gradient. In same manner, seepage water flowing through soil mass exerts force on soil mass. Seepage water flowing through soil mass exerts force on soil mass in direction of flow. This force shall be proportional to hydraulic gradient, and sometimes it becomes so large that there may be movement of soil. Phenomenon named as quicksand occurs due to such seepage water in poisonous soil. Underlying principle is as follows. I first repeat definitions. I repeat definitions of quicksand. What it says that water can flow and water can take with it many solid particles. This is what it says in simple language. When water can flow and it can flow with it many solid materials. Now what we say about sand boiling or boiling of sand and pebbles along bottom of river, which is a common effect of this capacity. Every size of grain which can be moved depends on velocity of water, and velocity depends upon hydraulic gradient, how fast, with what force this water is coming, and it can erode or can flow with it, fly with it these solid particles, solid materials. This depends on velocity of water, and velocity will depend on hydraulic gradient. In similar manner, seepage water which flowing through soil mass exerts force on soil mass in direction of flow, and this force be proportional to hydraulic gradient, this direction of flow. This force be proportional to hydraulic gradient, and sometimes it becomes so large that there may be movement of soil with the seepage water flow. That phenomenon named as quicksand occurs. Quicksand occurs due to such seepage water in cohesionless soil, sand or clay. Underlying principles are as follows. Now let us say there is a container which is filled with soil. In this figure you can see there is a water supply, there is a head loss, and there is a soil, and there is overflow. Let us see how you can see that. This is diagram. This is sketch already you have seen, but again I am showing for clarity. There is a water tank, water supply. There is a soil sample here. Under pressure this comes and water comes out. This is simple common sense, and this is what it says. So let us stop of this. The overflow of that from sample of water. Now what does it say? It says there is a container which is filled with soil, whose height is L and cross-sectional area equal to A. This is connected by means of a tube. This is connected by means of a tube at bottom, and tube gets water supply from top. Elevation of head water is H. On soil top, from soil top to water level is H. Water flows from tube, and velocity of flow creates an upward force at bottom of soil mass. Water flows from tube, and velocity of flow creates an upward force at bottom of soil mass level XX. Magnitude of upward force at XX is equal to H plus L. H plus L, total height including soil height, into weight of water coefficient, comma W into A. This is the intensity of a pressure, you can say H plus L, W, comma W. Okay, then This force is being opposed by downward force, which is equal to weight of soil and whose value is downward. This is, you know, this unit weight of soil mass, you can say unit weight of soil mass into length L and into area A. That is where unit weight of soil mass is downward. Force is being opposed by downward force. This is the upward force of water is being opposed by downward force of soil, equal to weight of soil into whose value is this. So this is, you can say since soil is saturated, this is G plus SE 1 plus C into weight of water into L into A. Since soil is saturated, S equal to 1. So this is G plus E over 1 plus E, weight of water into L into A. Assuming that there is no friction on sides of container, it's obvious that soil be blown up if a large head is applied. Such a boiling condition when soil is blown up, and when you create pressure is too much, so which wins over downward pressure of soil that exceeds, that is exceeded by water upward pressure. That is a condition which you can say, this large head is applied, and such a boiling condition shall be just at point of starting if upward force is just equal to weight of all soil mass above it. We can say H plus L, that is weight of water into area, equal to G plus E over 1 plus E into weight of water into L into A, and this is the equation. Hence this is upward pressure equal to downward pressure. In this case, H plus L over L equal to G plus E over 1 plus E, and E and H over L and equal to G plus E over 1 plus E minus 1, and this is equal to G minus 1 over 1 plus E equal to H over I, equal to I say, that is called critical hydraulic gradient. It's called critical hydraulic gradient, and in general its value is equal to 1. Its value is equal to 1. At its gradient, saturated sand becomes quick. That's alive if there is any increase in head of water. Beyond this, all materials will be washed out. This phenomenon is known as quicksand. Quicksand is not a particular type of sand, but it's a flow of condition. It's a flow condition occurring within sand. I repeat this because this is really important. Once in this diagram, in this figure, we said water is creating downward pressure through and upward pressure through soil mass, because it tries to uplift that soil mass, while soil pressure is acting downwards. So both are balancing at such a stage, means upward water pressure equal to downward soil pressure. That's basics behind this, and it is that we can equalize both pressures, and it's called hydraulic gradient. In this we say we got hydraulic gradient, that is G minus 1 over 1 plus E, and its general its value is equal to 1. It is hydraulic gradient is 1, means change of distance at. So at this gradient, saturated sand becomes quick and alive. That's alive. It's alive if there is any increase in head of water h beyond this point, then all material shall be washed out. Upward pressure of water shall throw off, shall raise this sand, and it will wash out. And beyond this it goes, then all materials wash out. This phenomenon is known as quicksand, which is a particular type of condition, and you can say critical hydraulic gradient. If someone raises a question, what is critical hydraulic gradient? This is critical hydraulic, the upward pressure of water equal to downward pressure of sand. Now from this equation, that is G minus 1 over 1 plus E equal to hydraulic gradient critical. I say, we see that critical gradient is dependent only on void ratio. Critical gradient is dependent only on void ratio, E, and specific gravity. It's not dependent on size of soil particle. Hence, coarse gravel become quick under same hydraulic gradient as fine sand. Quicksand occurs more in fine sand and silt than coarse gravel because a considerably large amount of water shall be necessary to maintain flow under critical hydraulic gradient in case of coarse gravel, because coarse gravel has a high coefficient of permeability than sand. Theoretically, quicksand can occur in any cohesionless soil. It normally does not occur in cohesive soils because cohesive forces prevent boiling and their permeability is very low. I think you got my point about critical hydraulic gradient. Let me give you this formula again. What is that? Critical hydraulic gradient, because this is important one from engineering viewpoint. This may be raised in many numerical questions related to this. And this is the one. This is G minus 1 over 1 plus void ratio equal to IC, that's equal to critical hydraulic gradient, which means upward pressure of water equal to downward pressure of soil, and you just raise height of that column of water, you shall be able to feed what is known as, let me just go and see if I can help browse at this moment. Just so long, very important. Let me arrange this. I feed this if they really I can't feed one. Sometimes it's problem with the marketing. Okay guys, I'll go further then. Was talking of gradients, we did gradients. Now I'm going to talk about typical quicksand conditions. Typical quicksand conditions. What are those conditions here? Now we have a figure here that says there's a sand and gravel and there's a water on top of that at high edge. There's a clay loam on inclined surface. Then there's a ground level. There's the water. There's the downward force W, site of foundation excavation, saturated fine sand, and there's upward force P. And you can say, let us see what this text says. Head of water is there, and sand and gravel, and it is. This can come in now. Possibility of occurrence of quick conditions during excavation of foundation creates problems during construction stage. Occurrence of quicksand condition during excavation of foundation creates problem during construction stage. A typical case of such conditions has been shown. Top layer is clay loam. Okay, top layer is clay loam. Under clay loam there is a strata of sand and gravel. Sand and gravel, water table is very high. Water table is very high. In you can say it's very high. In right hand side there is a small pocket. I think it's something wrong. Let's say water table is very high in left hand side, and in right hand side there is a small pocket of saturated fine sand. Okay. Saturated fine sand. In right hand side, in left hand side, water table is very high. In right hand side there is small pocket of saturated fine sand. Now just above this layer, a foundation is to be excavated. Okay, saturated fine sand on left hand side. There is water table on right hand side. Small pocket, water table is very high on left hand. I think something well, let's go. Let me show you sketch. I think there's some error in this writing. No problem, it happens. Whatever you all do, don't go for this. In every is that. Let's say it's here. I think it's that. Yes, it's that. This is that sketch. That sketch, and referring to that, I think there's something. Let us understand a sketch rather than understanding text. This is sketch. You see yourself, this one side is water table, one side is sand, fine sand. There's a clay only, and there's this side of sketch. There are forces downwards, upwards. Water table is very high in left. Okay, right hand side there is a small pocket of saturated fine sand. Actually, left hand side first, water table is on the right side. That's difference. A point K, there's a point K where there's upward force P acting due to head of water edge. The upward force acting, this water force up to P, that's P1, and hence quick condition did not occur. Say at point K, an upward force P is acting due to head of water edge. Value of downward force W, weight of material was more than P, and hence quick condition did not occur. Now after excavation, after excavation, value of W decreased and point K, critical condition reached, that is W and P became equal. If excavation is carried beyond, there will be boiling of sand. Due to upward force P, to counteract this condition, pumping should be done so as to lower at H. Lower at H. Artesian wells, lower head H, that's what it says. Just an example, condition, what is that? You have to bring down water level, water head. Artesian wells make use of quick conditions also. Artesian wells make use of quick conditions also and is known as artesian conditions. Quicksand condition may develop on downstream side of an earth dam. Also, after reservoir is filled, at this stage, high pressure are built up in soil beneath dam. Common method of remedying these conditions is to build an enclosure of sandbags. Enclosure of sandbags around area, allow water to pond within enclosure. This stored water builds up back pressure, which reduces hydraulic gradient and quick condition is lost. Wells, confidence, etc. may also have some quick conditions. A myth exists regarding danger of men being sucked down in quicksand. This is not true. Person floats in water which has a unit weight of 62.5 liters per cubic foot. Quicksand has unit weight of about 100. Higher than it is impossible for someone to drown. Actually, when a man is caught in quicksand, he falls on his face in panic and is drowned. So, you know that we have to increase weight to balance that. So it says now we go further and we talk of flow net. Flow net. When water flows through voids of soil mass, when water flows through voids of soil mass, it follows a certain path. When water flows through voids of soil mass, it follows a certain path. Flow net is graphical representation of flow of water through voids of soil mass. Knowledge of flow net is essential because it can be used for different engineering purposes, such as calculation of seepage below a dam, and uplift pressure caused by water on base of concrete dam, study of possible danger of quicksand conditions. A flow net consists of two groups of curves. Name of curves are flow lines and equipotential lines. These curves bear a fixed relationship to each other. Flow lines represents pattern of flow, whereas equipotential lines represent dissipation of head. Dissipation of head. Path represented by flow lines. Path represented by flow lines is path followed by seeping water through saturated soil mass under laminar conditions only. Equipotential lines join points of equal head. Now, what we are saying, there's a sketch, is a figure which shows flow lines and equipotential lines for a sheet pipe. Flow occurs due to head of water H1. Let us say flow occurs, there's a sheet pile and there's water behind, means water is contained somewhere, and that's H, no, H1, or I don't know what's that. Let's say you can see down in this, it shows, and there are P, K surface, and there is, let's say, shows a flow line and equipotential lines for a sheet pile. Flow occurs due to head of water H1, head of water H1, A1, that is A1, it's a curve, B, B1, BB1, etc. Are flow lines, A and even BB1, A1, BB1, etc. Flow lines. Each flow line starts at some point on line AB in upstream side, where it has a pressure head H1. After dissipating head gradually flow lines terminate on downstream side on line AC, where head is 0. There must be a point along each flow line where water had dissipated certain amount of its head. A line connecting all such points of equal head are named as equipotential lines. A line connecting all such points of equal heads are named as equipotential lines, which have been shown by broken lines in figure. When gradient is passing from one equipotential line to another one, then it must be equal to potential drop divided by distance traversed. It is obvious that the gradient will be maximum along paths normal to equipotential lines. It's obvious that gradients be maximum along paths normal to equipotential lines. Flow must follow paths of greatest gradient in isotropic soil. Follow paths of greatest gradient in isotropic soil. Hence flow line must cut equipotential lines at right angle. At right angle, space between two adjacent flow lines is called flow path. Space between two adjacent equipotential lines is known as equipotential space. Thus, this is flow line here, and flow line and this equipotential line, dotted line here, and then this L1 and then B1, all these are there. And there is a straight line, sheet file, equipotential lines are these, and flow lines are these in each other direction. And what it says is, it's obvious that gradient will maximum along path is normal to equipotential lines. Equipotential lines are these, and gradient it's obvious that gradient will be maximum along paths normal to equipotential lines. Flow must follow paths of greatest gradient in isotropic soils. Hence, flow lines must cut equivalential lines at right angle. Space between two adjacent flow lines. Adjacent flow lines is called flow path. Between two adjacent lines, flow lines is called flow path. Space, space between space for the first one space between two adjacent flow lines is called flow path. Space between two adjacent equipotential lines is known as equipotential space. That's what it says. Assumptions and properties of. Well, let's now first show you this diagram, this figure, which depicts flow net, and this depicts actually there's a water tank, or you can say whatever source of water, and there's impervious surface here, impervious layer here, impervious stratum, and you see these full lines, curved lines, these full curved lines starting from B and A, 1, 2, 3 on the lines, and going upside all side towards C. These are all flow lines. Water is flowing through these, and these other directions you can see from stand on these dotted lines. These are equipotential lines, equipotential lines. Then there are these spaces between these flow lines. Spaces is called path, flow paths. For example, this is B1 width, B2 width, or B1, I don't know, this is B1, and then there are various, and this is the other side dotted line is equipotential lines, and that is what do you call it? You can call it B1. That was path, and this is called equipotential space. Space between two dotted lines is equipotential space. That is theory behind this. I will show you once again so that you have a glimpse again. Maybe I was too fast in first presentation. First, so is that let me see that one. I'll keep top here. This is water. So this is space between two equipotential lines is space. You can say L2 is equipotential space. Lines effectively 3 hours for one this object of just soil, and I think it's good. We're talking about soil, it's good. Just let me see what's the next. I have to go again and again because I'm concerned about water loss. Some problem is here. More than 3 hours now. It has been more than 3 hours. Still it's been raining, you see. It's raining. I don't know what was formula is not going to finish like this. It's going to cause problem to public. Okay, let's move, no problem. What can I do? I can't do anything. Now we say assumptions and properties of flow nets. What we assume in that, I will take some time on this only, and then we'll talk tomorrow about this, because there are so many pages left on this and I don't want to hush up. I don't know hush up. It's no use if I run on that. Maybe tomorrow I talk something. Just see some page now. Assumptions on and properties of flow nets. Now flow is assumed to be two-dimensional. Flow, number one, flow is assumed to be two-dimensional. Number two, dash is law is valid. Number three, soil is homogeneous. And number four is flow lines and equipotential lines cut each other at right angles. What is flow line? We know where water moves in, that's flow line. And equipotential lines cut each other at right angles. All geometrical figures of 5 is all geometrical figures formed by intersections of flow lines and equipotential lines must be approximately a square, so that a circle can be drawn touching all four sides of square. Every flow path of a net must transmit same quantity of water. Every flow path of net must transmit same quantity of water. There must be same potential drop between two successive equipotential lines. Every transition in shape of curve must be smooth. Every transition in shape of curves must be smooth, being either elliptical or parabolic in shape. Every transition in shape must be elliptical, every flow path in net must transmit same quantity of water, and there must be same potential drop. And every transition in raised shape of curves must be smooth, being either elliptical or parabolic in shape or in a homogeneous soil. 9 is boundary condition must be fixed. So there are these conditions. I repeat these conditions. That is number one, flow is assumed to be two-dimensional. Flow is assumed to be two-dimensional. That's very important point. And we can say gases lies valid. Number two. And number three, soil is homogeneous. And 4 is flow lines and equipotential lines cut each other. Flow lines and equipotential lines cut each other at right angles. And 5 is all geometrical figures formed by intersection of flow lines and equipotential lines must be approximately square, so that a circle can be drawn touching all four sides of square. Every flow path of a net must transmit same quantity of water. There must be same potential drop between two successive equipotential lines. Every transition in shape of curves must be smooth, being either elliptical or parabolic in shape. In a homogeneous soil, boundary conditions must be fixed. Now, construction of flow lines. I think I think we have to hold it now. It's better because we have to talk of construction of lines. Then we have to talk, we have to say various methods normally used, and the earth dam model, then capillary flow analogy model, analogy method, then trial sketching method or graphical method, electrical analogy method, mathematical solutions. So I think we'll take them next time. I have to close this now. Next time we'll take this. Yes, you can say seepage, force and flowiness. We have then some other talks will go now. We now go to other subjects. We'll keep down this because it's not possible to talk every complete details. It also gives some boredom sometimes. Let me try if I can share it. If it can be shared, let me try. I don't know. These people are sometimes, it's giving something. He's giving something here. Again, they don't know why they close this. Point is this: why do they close this? You should not close this. Copy, search, print, inspect is not possible. So, what was purpose actually? Why did they close it? It's not even allowing that. You can see that. It's not even allowing that. If let's go down further, it's moving like anything. Let me try from here. It can be tried. I can try from here. Really, I don't know why they unnecessarily. I'll try another computer, but not now. So I can't exactly this. This slot of clicking. The screen share is exactly they kept behind this minor video. I don't know why did they do it. I don't know. It's nothing to gain from that. Unnecessary. They're not controlling this. I think that could be the reason they do not control this. So that could be a possibility, I can say. And let me go through my way if I can do it. No, it's not possible. It's not possible that way, I think. What is that? I think is that the part. What is no, it's closed. It's completely closed. They have blocked it, They have blocked the screen share. They have blocked the screen share. Let me pull this a little more. Or let me put this a little more. Start. Start that. This is not the screen share. Screen share is here. I don't know what they have done. Why they have done like this, I don't understand. I'm surprised with these people. They keep on entangling in their fingers all the time. Paving facility, then pulling back facility. Well, what benefit they are getting, I can't say by that. They're not getting anything. There's a symbol here. Screen share is not available on. I think they are nullified that. What can I say? I can't help. Well, we move on to soil now. There is no other way out. We have to move now, and I can say that. But we move on soil, and we were talking of this soil last time. We had reached some 45 pages. I am sure this is 45 pages. Now, because this file is available on until I get screen share back. I would simply suggest that if you want to see this file, you have to go back to my text, video text, and there there's soil the URL somewhere, and you can download these files from there better. That's URL, and that I can show you. I can just tell you what URL is that. That is, that URL is I will show you what is that. If you go to my text, video text, you'll find at before your safety we also start. Before that, there are, if you go to end, you will find before safety, your safety, you will find script.com files, script.com files, and there are some Qatar documents, leave them, come up. Then there are some soil investigation files. It's written there, soil investigation files. In those, I got my point. Just control and you open text, go to control and when you use control and command, you will reach at end of text. And when you reach end of text, from there you come up a little, then because safety URLs are there, no need of that. You come up there and see. Then you see there are some script.com two URLs, and if you just come upon that, over that you will find soil investigate files. Then that's from OneDrive.live.com. There are some files from that. Those files. So OneDrive given, and also OneDrive live.com. So even if you take OneDrive first one, you'll find, I think, same file. Try it, you can do it good, no problem at all. So that's my suggestion to you. If you want to get that, you can get that. Otherwise, it's your choice. I have nothing to say on that. So now we are saying, because this screen share is not working, I have to speak my way as I used to do before. That this is foundation. This is a result of chemical analysis. Foundation concrete. This is foundation concrete, page 46 of that report. Foundation concrete, and it's very important for everybody. It is, let me sit down a little relaxed. All the foundation concrete we are talking of. Foundation concrete. Let me blow up more so that I can use my glasses. It's better if you use glasses. 175 to 175, keep it 175. Foundation concrete. Result of, you can say, result of, I'm getting very bad time here, Result of chemical analysis for soil and groundwater. In site that we have in table, we've seen D91, D92, etc. We have an appendix. Now, methodology of assessment of groundwater, ground for chemical agents, aggressive for concrete, has been based on latest publication concerning assessments of exposure. The result of chemical analysis for soil, which are given various appendices. The methodology of assessment of ground for chemical agents aggressive for concrete, is based on latest publications concerning assessment of exposure conditions and specifications of concrete to resist chemical attack. Now we have, there's a BRE Special Digest, that's one, and the 2001 is concrete in aggressive ground, CIRIA. Other one is BRE Special Digest 1, that's 2001, concrete in aggressive ground, and CIRIA, that's publication C577, 2002, Guide to Construction of Reinforced Concrete in Arabian Peninsula. The classification of severity of chemical attack is based on, classification of severity of chemical attack is based on foundation soil sulfate content, as well as types of exposure conditions. In accordance to BRE Special Digest 1, 2001, and considering existing site conditions and prevailing hostile climate in United Arab Emirates, following preliminary design chemical classification of concrete may be proposed subject to following provisions: cast in situ concrete for general use with section thickness of 140 to 450 mm. Okay, now I say that when I read the problems, my eyes, I can't say excuse me also, because it's your time. My problem is little different. Maybe you do not know. My both eyes have been operated long back. One was in 2010. Left eye, and this was operated cataract, and right in I think 2011 or 12. Yes, it was done. Both eyes and operated, and so I keep eyes on my physical eyes, and I find some stains if I read books, or if I use computer excessively. I feel that I lost something. We'll go through what I say. In accordance to BR Special Digest 1, 2001, and considering existing site conditions and prevailing hostile climate, following preliminary design chemical classification of concrete may be proposed subject to following provisions. Cast in situ concrete for general use with section thickness of 140 to 450 mm, well compacted with no face exposed to air. Chemical classification of concrete may be exposed subject to following provisions. Cast in situ concrete for general use with section thickness 140 to 450 mm, well compacted, no face exposed to air. Now location of foundation, let us say location of foundations, then there is DS class, then there is ACES class, and then the design chemical class, that is design chemical class, DC class, and number and types of additional protective measures. APM 1, enhanced concrete quality. Now in location of foundation, within soil, no groundwater. DS class is DS1, ACS class is AC1, design chemical class is DC class, and that is DC1 and DC2, recommended is DC2, and this number of types of additional protective measures, APM1, enhanced concrete quality. Now suggested due to prevailing hostile climate in UAE. What was suggested is that this above classification does not reflect significance of chloride ions. What significance of chloride ions on concrete surrounding sea? In such cases, site exposure conditions should be studied in conjunction with modified recommendations. Means in such cases, site exposure conditions of concrete should be studied in conjunction with modified recommendations for concrete mix design based on local experience in Gulf region. CIRA publication C577-2002 Guide to Construction of Reinforced Concrete in Arabian Peninsula. Further to propose to design chemical class. And in accordance to Table 6 of BRE Special Digest, 2001 and Tables 5.1 and 5.2 of Syria publication, C577 2002, following concrete specification may be considered. And what is that? What is that? It is this, It is this. Alright. This says that location of foundation, within soil, no groundwater, chloride content in concrete surrounding insignificant, DC class DC2, type of cement, Portland cement conforming BS12, water cement ratio maximum 0.5, cement content minimum 340 kilogram per meter cube, protection nation none. Modified or confirmed design recommendations shall be responsibility of designer. Modified or confirmed design recommendation shall be responsibility of designer who finalize concrete specification considering that structural performance, level, section thickness, hydrostatic pressure, local availability of aggregate. Concrete-based design and construction details be certain accordance with project specifications. Project specifications shall take precedence over our then say concrete design and construction details shall be in accordance with project specifications. Project specifications shall take precedence over requirement of this report. There is no widely accepted view of concentration at which chlorides become significant in soil or groundwater. But limited experience suggests that there is no widely accepted view of concentration at which chlorides become significant or groundwater in soil or groundwater, but limited experience in our region Gulf suggests they may be other soil. Okay, it may be as low as 0. These chlorides become maybe as low as 0, particularly in situation where alternative wetting and drying or capillary rise affect concrete. Because what? Alternative we can say, particularly in situation where alternative wetting and drying or capillary rise affect concrete CIRA. Okay, we have now. Tectonic of southern region of Arabian Peninsula. Tectonic. You know what tectonic? Tectonic. You know tectonic, what is tectonic? Earthquakes are related to crustal movements. Crustal movement. Crustal, C-R-U-S-T-A-L. First surface, first layer on the lithosphere is called crustal. First 35 kilometer ocean into earth is named. Yes. Tectonics of southern southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. Good one. Still getting this. It's now 6, what is this time? No? 6:43. Earthquakes are related to crustal movements and occur most frequently where faults are of recent origin. I'm on page 47 to 34. You can check if you have downloaded files up to you. If earthquakes have occurred in particular region which is characterized by some peculiarity in its tectonic structure and history, then it is assumed that earthquakes are likely to arise in future along the whole length of that zone. Oman mountains form together with Zagros. Oman mountains form together with Zagros mountains, a great mobile belt. Oman mountains form together with Zagros mountains, a great mobile belt. This appeared in late Cretaceous period with organic movements occurring from Turkey and Iran extending to Oman. In late what they say is that in late Tertiary period rocks were folded and crusted to form Zagros and Oman mountains, and there are 4 lines. Adjoining mobile belt is comparatively stable interior region of peninsula whose rigidity is controlled by Precambrian basement. Exposed part of shield as well as that part thinly veneered with shelf sediments make up this province. Figure 1 shows major faults of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. I again speak this. Adjoining mobile belt is comparatively stable interior region of peninsula whose rigidity is controlled by Precambrian basement. Exposed part of shield as well as that part thinly veneered. So you can say what is there. Let us see. Here's seismicity page 48. Seismicity and earthquake area of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. seismicity and earthquake area of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. This detailed literature search conducted about seismicity of project area showed that there is very limited information and data about UAE and whole region. Recommendations of BRE Note 9 and 4078 are based on limited data available and, in our opinion, reflects common engineering practice. Okay, now recommendations say that based on limited information, there is no supporting document according to Building Research Establishment. The earthquake risk in Arabian Peninsula by PI events, seismic activity which has affected the SC region of Arabian Peninsula from year 86. Yes. So you can say earthquake risk in Arabian Peninsula means seismic activity which has affected region of Arabian Peninsula from 1899 to 97 is present in figure 2. We'll see that on basis of fault and seismicity maps presented on figure 1-2. This region is divided according to the Alright, so we have area 1 and area 2 on basis of fault and seismicity maps presented on figure 1 and 2. This region is divided according to above mentioned note. Area in which damaging earthquakes intensity 7 and above. And 2, see, an area which although itself is not expected to be subject to damaging earthquakes, yet would be impacted by strong distant earthquakes causing intensity up to 5 and 6. These areas are approximately sketched. Special precautions to resist earthquakes would be required in Area A, and there would be corresponding to zones 2 or 3 of Uniform Building Code of USA. It can be said that ordinary well-built structures is so we have to see what to do. We have to see, it can be said that for ordinary well-built structures, Area B at which this project. Such a boring file. It can be said that ordinary well-built structures in Area B which this project lies, design criteria and precautions required would correspond to Zone 1 of Uniform Building Code USA. Now based on results of boreholes project, site areas medium dense to very dense soil materials were encountered, stiff soil profile and okay, based on results of boreholes in project site area, medium dense to heavy, very dense soil materials were encountered, stiff soil profile, so soil profile tube, soil profile type recommended for seismic calculations in SD. Now here's what it's talking of. It's talking of this diagram. This diagram, I just reduced for myself. I cannot see full diagram. Here is the diagram for this page 49 of this file. The books expand. Okay, so this is, it says there is project area is shown in this diagram, figure number 1. Major faults in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, these are shown. This fault is shown, and project area is near that. That is this is seismicity affecting SC region of Arabian Peninsula. This is page 50 of this file, and there's another one, and that is figure number 3, earthquake area in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. And we have to see these 3 sketches with concentration. What does it want to say? You have to see what is what to say. Only this. Let me see. Light off. Well, no problem, we do our job, let it be rain. So my dear, what I say, these are sketches, these are diagrams, not sketches actually. These are figures. One shows major fault in SC region of Arabian Peninsula. That major fault here, and it is this is a secret 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, and this is 26, 24, 22, 18 major faults in southeast region of Peninsula. There is one fault shown here near project area, and also other one is shown here in this line. 1 or 2 these are shown in this area, faults, and then there is this other one. This is showing a seismicity affecting southeast region of Arabian Peninsula on page 50, and this is magnitude M. Magnitude M. There are five solid circles here of different sizes. Minimum is less than 5. Next one is 5 to 5.9. These are dependent on sizes of this circle. Just say there are 5. Go to this end of this, you will find in this end you will find that there are 5 circles, 5 solid filled circles, and this is magnitude M, and less than 5 is very small, smallest one, and the next smaller is 5 to 5.9 magnitude, and then third one is 6 to 6.9, then next is 7 to 7.9, and then 8 greater than 8. How many are shown on this figure? That way you see. I think if you see smallest, I think second smallest, I think, not first smallest, smallest. Second smallest are major. First is also there, but very few. Very, I think first and second are mixed up, and then third is also somewhere. Third is also somewhere, So first, second, third. I don't know fourth is there at home. Then maybe fourth is somewhere, unfilled locations is there. So this is shown which area is by which circle. The smallest circle are lowest, and then second is smaller, and then third is smaller, and I don't think there is any biggest one. I won't say biggest. That's the biggest as well. Yes, that's at one point here. Yes, at one point is biggest, and also fourth one is there. So this is very at which area how it operates. Then we go to next one, which is sometime titled as earthquake areas in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. These are shown areas, and you can say Hindus. Earthquake areas in Arabian Peninsula, and these are shown Bandar Abba, Janak, Sharjah, Dubai, Brunei, and Abu Dhabi, and also then Sarur, Nazwa, but that's the show. Now we go to ground shaking and free field ground acceleration. Page 52, ground shaking and free field ground acceleration. Intensity of future earthquake, ground motion. Intensity of future earthquake ground motion in project area depends on distance from earthquake epicenter. Earthquake epicenter, magnitude of earthquake and soil response characteristics. According to information presented about tectonics and seismicity of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, it can be concluded that within anticipated lifetime of project, at least 50 years, maximum probable Richter magnitude future earthquake is set at minimum distance of 100 kilometers from project. Approximate maximum free fall ground acceleration can then be obtained from curves which show the relation between epicentral distance, that is distance from positive curve, and maximum acceleration for different earthquake magnitudes such as a relationship presented in figure 4. Figure 4. This figure is published in report number 72 to Earthquake Engineering Research Center, University of California, Berkeley, June 8, 1972. Acceleration in rock for earthquake in western United States by Verby, Escu and H.O. Bolton site. A maximum acceleration of 0.06 g was obtained for conditions assumed above, which is considered small value. So potential of subsidence is considered very low. Investigated site is within low seismic hazard zone 1. So ground rupture in this site is unlikely. Liquefaction. 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 Soil liquefaction is a phenomenon in which saturated, loose, cohesionless soils are subject to temporary but essentially total loss of strength. You know that? Liquefaction. Soil liquefaction is a phenomenon in which saturated, loose, cohesionless soil are subject to temporary but essentially total loss of strength induced by several earthquakes. Significant factors known to affect liquefaction potential of these soils are characteristics of material such as grain size distribution and relative density, initial stresses acting on soil, and characteristics of earthquake such as intensity and duration of ground shaking. Subsurface materials encountered in this site consists of medium dense to very dense sandy material. So potential of liquefaction is considered negligible for this site. Now we have average values of maximum acceleration, and this is I think one I'll do all this is better. I will rotate this so understand. Rotate wheel clockwise. So this is here. This is distance figure 4, the average values of maximum acceleration in rock. And just I think it's more blown. So it's 75% now. Distance, this is page 53. Distance from causative fall miles. Figure number 4, average values of maximum acceleration in rock. Average value of maximum acceleration in rock. On x-axis is given distance from causative fall miles, and on y-axis maximum acceleration is given. Distances from 1 to 100, 1, 2, 4, 6, so it is, I can say, log scale, and then other one is 0 to 8.8. 0 to 0.8 is maximum acceleration G. And there are 5 curves shown here. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, 5 curves are shown. One curve at bottom is m is equal to 5.2. Other curve is m is equal to 5.6, and then other one is m equal to 6.6 I think. Then m equal to 7.6, and then m equal to 8.5. Top is m equal to 8.5, and bottom is m equal to 5.5, and in between there are 3, m equal to 5.6 and 6.6 and 7.6. So now we vary from m is equal to 5.2 to m is equal to 8.5. Is it or not? No, it's a max of scale. Okay. Let us see At distance of 2 miles, at distance of 2 miles, this acceleration is 0.2 g. At distance of 4 miles, it's about, you can say, it's about 1.3, I think, 0.13. And at 6, this is less than 0.1, approximately 0.1, you may say. At 10 miles, it's down to 0.05, and at 2 miles, not to 20 miles, sorry, 20 miles, it's around 0.25, 0.025, and then at 40 it's nearly 0, at 60 exact 0, and 100 is also, I think, 0. So you can say in this curve, distance is 2 kilometers and its value is 0.2 g. This is maximum acceleration. Near distance is higher acceleration. And if you go to maximum 5 points, m is equal to 5.6, in this is difference of from m is equal to 5.2 to m is equal to 5.6. It's a raise of value of m just by 0.4, and you'll find same that distance 2 miles, this is 0.45 approximately, 0.45 approximately from 0.2, and this at at 4 miles it is now about 0.37 something, and at 6 miles it is around less than little less than 0.3, and it is at 10 miles little less than 0.2, and at 20 it is little less than 0.1, and then at 40 it is coming near to, not exactly, but 0.02, and at 40 near 0, and then 60 near 0, and again 100 is 0. So distance is increasing and acceleration falls. Same in next curve is, let us see, that is m is equal to g, m is equal to 6.6. Here same, if it goes to at 2 miles, it is now 0.667 nearly, 0.67, and then at 4 it's little more than, you can say, 0.53, and at 6 miles it is, about you can say 0.32, and at 20 it is 0.17, and at 40 it is 0. Approximately 5 or 6, and then at 60 it is 0. Let us see, 3 or 4, and at 100 it's not exactly 0, but about 0.3 or 2 you can say. So, and you go to next one, that is m is equal to 7.6. Here this at 2 miles, it's about 2 miles, it's about 0.74 or 3, and then at 4 it's about 0.63 or 2, at 6 miles it's about 0.54, and at 10 it's about 0.44, and at 20 it's about 0.28, and at 40 it's about 0.14, at 60 it's about 0. 0.08, and at 100 it's about 0.5, 0.4, and then for 8.5 it is, and 8.5 it is now it's now 0. At 2 is 0.74, at 4 miles it is 0.64, at 6 miles it is 0.58, at 10 miles it is 0.49, and at 20 it is 0.367, and at 40 it is 0.21 or 2, and at 60 it is 0.13 or 2, and at 100 it is about 0.05. 0.05. This, as I say, you can see that as we move far from that center, you will get reduced acceleration, and if you are at center, you will get highest, that's what is there, average value of maximum acceleration on rock. So I will now rotate this again, because now I go to, now you see, now we are on different page. This is now what we talked of. What time it is now? 4 hours 19 minutes. Okay, 4 hours 19 minutes. You can say now densification. This is page 54. Densification. Densification. Page 54. Densification. Strong earthquake ground. Strong earthquake ground shaking could cause densification. Strong earthquake ground shaking could cause densification of a loose, dry sand, resulting in subsidence of ground surface. Strong earthquake ground shaking could cause densification of loose, dry sands, resulting in subsidence of ground surface. This would have negligible effect in more deeply buried structures. However, since the site is properly prepared and filled with selected and engineered material, risk of whatever experience So we say that since site be properly prepared and filled with selected and engineered materials, risk of any structural damage is considered negligible for all types of structures. collapse potential. Now we are talking collapse potential. 1024, page 54. Collapse potential. All soils in project area consist of stable sandy material. All soils in project area consist of stable sandy materials which are mainly medium dense to very dense. Medium dense to very dense. Therefore, potential of collapse of these materials under structural loading is very slight to non-existent. You get it? All soils in project area consist of stable sandy soils. Which are mainly medium dense and very dense. Therefore, potential of collapse of these materials under structural loading is very slight to non-existent. Swelling and shrinking potential in view of materials encountered, test results and level of water table. Therefore, potential of collapse of these materials under structural loading is very slight to non-existent. Swelling and shrinking potential. This is page 54. In view of material encountered, test results and level of water table, potential for swelling and shrinkage is considered negligible. This is swelling in view of material encountered, test results and level of water table, and potential for swelling and shrinkage potential is considered negligible. Then inspection during foundation excavation. Recommendations given in this project are based on assumption that subsurface materials and conditions do not deviate appreciably from those disclosed in borings. Recommendations given in this project are based on assumption that subsurface materials and conditions do not deviate appreciably from those disclosed in borings. However, there may be conditions pertinent to site which were not disclosed by investigations due to limited number of boreholes. However, there may be conditions pertaining to site which were not disclosed by investigation due to limited number of boreholes, which therefore could not be taken into account. In such cases, our office should be notified, well, that's something else, immediately after foundation excavation and before foundation construction, to accordingly amend our recommendations and to confirm that required level is reached and all undesirable and loose methods are removed. Important notice. Important notice. Recommendations and discussions presented in this report are based on subsurface conditions encountered during site work at time of investigation, on subsurface conditions encountered during site work at time of investigation, and on result of field and laboratory it says that there may be however conditions pertaining to site which have not been taken into account due to limited number of boreholes. Now appendix A, location of boreholes and trial pits. This is page 55. Page 56 gives a figure, a diagram, you can say, or a drawing. Drawing actually is a part of drawing, not diagram. This gives coordinates, or you can say number of locations and locations where these boreholes are required. And it's written on this page 56. If you see it's from where can I say, let me blow up again to see exactly what's written. What's written on this is that if you see from down this drawing, it's written here. It's written here. Actually, I should rotate this sketch, otherwise it's difficult to read this. I have to rotate this sketch. It's better. Yes, I rotate. You also rotate. If you have opened this, rotate your sketch and you will find what I say. Yes, I think it's gone other direction. Let me do it again. Rotate wheel. Rotate wheel. I say rotate other direction. But yes, it's come now in back now. If you see this, there is on top is existing overhead power line. Okay, borehole 10, that is C note. Okay, borehole 10, that is on top. Then on grid A, it's given A. I don't know what's A here, but A dash of A. We may say that. We say that we can say reference, but this one is a reference. This one line showing both BH22, BH2, BH6 and BH18 on top line, top grid. Then is showing next down is BH19, TP4, TP, then BH5, and BH8, 8 or 9, I don't know, it's 8 I think, and BH13 and BH17 and BH21, and also on BH21 there is TP6. And you go further down is a BH14, BH23, BH4, BH8, BH12, BH16, BH20. Then keep it down also. Such as shown, these are all boreholes here shown, as I said, B26, B14, B23, BH4, BH8, BH12, BH16, BH20, and then BH26, BH1, BH3, BH7, BH15. Then in this R, and if you go down further, you'll find BH24, and I can't see others here. I can't see. This is what is shown here as a part of plan. Maybe you can see yourself find everyone, and also this is BH24 is shown on separately, and also so we can say this figure number A1, location of borehole and trial pits, we can refer to this one and we can find all these are here. We can understand their locations. Then we go to next one. This is figure number 1, location of boreholes and trial pits. Continue. Then it's page 57. It's page 57. Page 57, and we can see from here. This is near 25. And this is shown BH51, BH52, BH53, BH54, and then BH55, BH56, BH57, BH58, and BH59. These are shown here. And easting is 210750.000, and easting other one is northern is 257 9750. So it's page 58 I am now on, and appendix B, loss of boring and trial pits. It's that now. Appendix B, logs of boring and trial pits. This is page 58. Page 58. Logs of boring and trial pit. Legend to logs of boring and trial pits, that is B1. Logs of boring, that is B2. Logs of trial pit, B3, and generalized subsurface profiles, B4. Now section B1, so there are 4 sections as I told you. B1 is for legend to logs of boring and trial pits. B2 is logs of boring. B3 is blocks of trial page. B4 is generalized subsurface profile. So we are here on Appendix B, Section B1, that is logs of legend to logs of boring trial pairs. This. Okay, start. In this section B1, legend to log of bearing, let us see what is that. Page 860 is given symbolic formation, symbolic for common soil and rock types. What it says now. There are various symbols on this. One is clay. You can go to page 60 and see. One is clay. One is salt with crosses inside, square and crosses. Clay is some rectangle or square with just dot. And if I say, then sand is there, the square, just dot, big dots, and gravel is one circle, one solid, one circle, one solid. Then cobbles are square, then just namely, and then there's a peat symbol, then there's a fill symbol, double cross, double hatch you can say, and crystalline gypsum, and this is chalk, and this is marl, calcotine, chert, mudstone, siltstone, sandstone. In this, let me show you something. I think the battery, if I give you, because I can't show you this file if I can't take photograph of this, and this better for I think. Let me try if I can get you that, because how can I, because there is no share, or share is the word today, it's a problem for me, and let me say how I can do that. So release some photographs, then past one, and then I can do photographs. Let me delete these photographs. Deletion will only help, otherwise you can't help. I will take this photograph and show you what sketches they are talking of. That is better, it's better to take like this. I'll show them. What's this? What's happening? I put what here? Oh no, sorry. I put it the next move. I made a mistake in line. Let us see, it's better, I think. Begin to programs. Alright, I'll show you this one now. Listen to board logs so that you can understand better. Only for this I'm showing this, otherwise you know what I say. This is that region 2 board logs. You can see, you can read this is clay and this is silt, clay, silt, and all these are here. So this is all about that, Just when you see file, you'll find that I'm just showing for presentation only. All are there, whatever you can use them. Come on यार, क्यों तंग करता है ये भाई? What's going on? What's going back? So it's come back now, right? Now what to do? This file I showed to you, and we have shown you this file. I'll again read what actually symbols are. One is clay, then silt, sand, gravel, cobbles and boulders, peat, fill, crystalline gypsum, chalk, marl, calcarenite, chert, mudstone, siltstone, sandstone, shale, basalt, phosphate. In simpler type, trichome, core, barrel, auger, shell bitube, drive cylinder, drive barrel, drive split spoon, and sample disturbance. This is disturbed. What the disturbances? Disturbed, relatively undisturbed, disturbed, undisturbed, manual, relatively undisturbed, then relatively undisturbed, SP2 disturbed. These are dry split spoon. What is that? Let us say trichome. You want to say sample distribution is, it's a trichome, disturbed one, you want to take disturbed one, you can use trichome. Relatively undisturbed, core barrel, relatively undisturbed. Then you say on disturbed one, auger. Then you say undisturbed one, shell bitube. Then you say manual, relatively undisturbed. Manual is relatively undisturbed, drive cylinder. I say relatively undisturbed. So it's like that. I repeat, this means when you want disturbed sample, trichome, relatively undisturbed core barrel, disturbed is auger, disturbed is shell bitube, undisturbed is shell bitube, relatively undisturbed is drive cylinder, relatively undisturbed is drive barrel, and SPT disturbed is drive split spoon. SPT, what is SPT? That's the definition of SPT, which you must know along with this. SPT, this is SPT in soil penetration test. SPT. Number of blows, that is blows, SPT is blows per 30 centimeters, and these are number of blows in standard penetration test. Soil test is standard penetration test. That's full form of SPT, and it's for soil standard penetration test. I said before, soil cleansing, because the soil is being penetrated. So standard penetration test and the soil standard penetration test. That is standard penetration test required to drive a 5 centimeter diameter, 5 centimeter diameter split tube, 5 centimeter diameter split tube, and now we say number of blows in standard penetration test required to drive 5 centimeter diameter split tube sampler, 5 centimeter or 50 mm diameter sampler, a distance of 30 centimeters, using 63.5 kilogram weight, falling near several 76 centimeters. 76 centimeters fall, and number of blows 30 centimeter to drive. Again I read it, be clear. The blows for 30 centimeter drive. What drive 30 centimeter? You have to drive for 30 centimeter, a weight which is 63.5 kilogram. That weight you have to drop, 63.5 kilogram weight, falling 76 centimeters. 63.5 because of 63.5 kilogram, falling 76 centimeters. That is standard, and this is number of blows in standard penetration test required to drive a 5 centimeter diameter split tube sample is distance of 30 centimeter. Using 63.5 kilograms, 63.5 kilogram, falling 76 centimeters. That's what is required. Again I say, because you forget this, drive, say blow for 30 centimeter drive, you have to understand 30 centimeter drive, falling weight is 63.5 kilogram and falling height is 76 centimeters. Falling weight is 63.5 kilogram, falling height is 76 centimeter. That is one portion. Now we have to blow that sampler. We have to blow in this test, which is known as standard penetration test, a 5 centimeter diameter split tube sampler is called sampler because it takes samples also. A distance of 30 centimeter. That 5 centimeter diameter split tube sampler is to be, can be has to travel a distance of 30 centimeter. This means standard penetration says number of blows standard penetration required to drive 5 centimeter diameter split tube sampler a distance of 30 centimeter using 63.5 kilogram weight, falling 76 centimeters. Only 76 fall, which can be iron. Got it. I think one part is falling 76 76, 76 fall, 17 centimeter, weight is 63.5 kilogram, 63.5 kilogram falling 70 centimeter, and driving 30 centimeter, that sampler which is 5 centimeter. That's it. I think it's a little confusing, right? So now it's, I think I should close this file because generally we will talk for 5-10 minutes, and I could not take up contract issues today due to some reason. I could not even just say, what I should say, screenshot these files, screenshot these files for you. I don't know, Facebook, some problem Facebook is having, I don't know that problem. I'll see what to do with that. Now let me know. I close this file for time being. Let me try if I can save the months, but I'll try. I don't think I'll be able to try this. I switched up on my thing. Let me see what's wrong with that. Use camera and this. Again same, no block. It's blocked, you see. Even screen share is not written there. It's blocked. I'll try my desktop if I can do with that. If that is possible, I'll try that one. These are little different people. I don't know why they do like this. They do sometimes, they don't know other times. And you see, it's now gone completely. No, yes, come back. I don't understand the reason behind that. This should. Even from bottom I cannot do it. From here. Oh no, that's something else. It's not that. Okay. No, it's not admitting my command. No problem, but they don't admit that. But I can't help it. How can I help it? They don't admit this. I close this file. I don't know to do this movie out. I close this file and let's talk what we have done today. It's very important for me to at least today. Though it's been very disturbing 5 hours due to bad weather conditions here. I think since I started this program at 3 o'clock, I tried to start exactly around 3, and still it's raining. Since 3 o'clock, it's been raining. Nature, what to do? It's bad for people because it will increase humidity, as well as it's a way for this virus to thrive, proliferate. Well, what to do? Talking of management is very important in engineering. I am finding these days many advertisements, even from Institution of Engineers India and also from many others. Project management webinars, as if they know everything about project management. I'm surprised. And charging a lot of fees also on that. Practically, what management they are doing, I don't know. Just adding titles to this director management, to this and that. While management is very simple, it's very clear. Project management, and particularly engineering project management, because we have to deal with engineering management. We are not concerned with commerce management or some mechanical factory production management. When I talk to civil engineer or professional in construction engineering or in design engineering, we are linked to our field, and that field is exclusively different. Management, it doesn't talk of quality. If management or organization doesn't talk of quality, then there is nothing which you can say this is management. I don't understand what people think here. If we are not good in delivering quality on our products, civil engineering products, or structures, we call them, structure is also product. We cannot include or enrich these products with quality. There's no meaning of these products. We don't talk of quality now, then we talk of retrofitting later on, and we talk of bad concretes later on. How to? Why don't you think at first instance how to achieve best quality? I don't know. People take it seriously, or they just take it for granted. Okay, this is routine. This goes on like this. Nobody can stop this. If that remains point of view of our engineers, I think there's something wrong somewhere. Something wrong somewhere. It should not be like that. Management principle says, management or organizational principle, what actually is important in management, which I understand. First is right man for right job. That's first requirement. Yes, skill development is there, it goes on. But man should be right first of all. And second is, whatever you do right first time every time. Do right first time every time. Do right first time every time. That is prime principle of organizational management, of individual management, of individual act, raising personal standards, managerial standards, engineers standards, organizational standards, directors standards. Do every work first time right every time. Do right your work first time every time. But people do that or do not do that. We have to analyze that. What results are indicating and indicate, I say past and present both. What results indicate that it is not encouraged. First time quality is not encouraged. First time right job is not encouraged. You go and see all over this country, they apply repairs, remedial measures to defects, and that too in very ordinary way, unfortunately. I saw some photos yesterday on Facebook from some posters of engineering that they showed some column badly damaged, but they're saying honeycombing. There is honeycombing. How to deal with this? It's not honeycombing. It's some honeycombing, but major voids left in concrete. This means people don't here understand difference between honeycombing and voids. Very strange. I see some photographs where column is bent, or some steel reinforcement is not correctly done, or done very well but not protected from rust. And somewhere you see they have used shear connectors, or they are using unions for that. I don't understand meaning of that. How can you use union and that to same point in one beam? First of all, you have to use mechanical connectors, not shear unions. Mechanical connectors do not need any threading. In your connections, you are using threading. That is not acceptable, because we need full force of tension there. Well, I used this mechanical couplers long back in 1987 when I was in Doha on some school building construction, boys preparatory school, Salal. I used that connectors with clipping system, and are staggered, and that's more than 25 or 20, or more than 20 diameter, you can say. We have to keep them staggered. Well, I'm just telling my experience. Maybe you have some reason that you did that, and also that Some people, some engineers showed painted on them, and I know that painting must be epoxy, but they do not tell what is that. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. There's no reason to paint steel bars. No reason. Only reason is if they are doing epoxy coating. And if the epoxy coating, I accept that. That's not illegal. That's not substandard. You can use. But simultaneously, we have to understand when we use epoxy coated bars, it impacts on bond. Wherever there is overlap, we have to increase that at least by 50% because we lose bond strength. Value of bond we lose while we using epoxy, and that applies where we use overlap or use some other length where it impacts upon. So there is a way that you have to enhance that length. And also when you are ready for concrete, and you cannot simply concrete because epoxy is there. During working, during cutting, bending and binding and placing, you will find many scratches on those bars, and because of those scratches this coating is removed at local points. So we have to apply touch up continuously on those steel bars before these are embedded in concrete, dipped in concrete. This point we have to understand very clearly because some people do not understand this point. That's not right. Every point must be clearly understood before making any decision. Engineering is an art, we call it. Actually, it's more than an art. It's more than an art because art is imagination, but engineering is not imagination. When you do it, it costs a lot. Not only money, it costs lives of those. If you give them dangerous structure, there can happen anything, something dangerous, adverse in future. As far as quality is concerned, we can talk a lot. There is no end to that. But basic quality must be done, must be understood. If your lines are not in one verticality, there is no plumb, setting out lines are out, surfaces are not good, vibration application is not clearly understood, there is cold joint, people do not know what is value of PFA, what is value of GGBA, what is value of OPC, what's value of curing, what's value of removing shutting, what's right time or not time. All these are very important points. RCC construction looks easy, but it is not easy. It is difficult. We have to understand fluid mechanics also here. RCC is related to fluid mechanics. You may be asking what I am talking about. Yes, I am talking about fluid mechanics. Fluid mechanics is very important for vertical members. It may be column, it may be high wall, it may be retaining wall, it may be something like that. It's very important. It's very important. For deep beams, it's very important. Because fluid is fluid. You know what's pressure of fluid, vertical pressure, what's horizontal pressure, what's resultant pressure. And because concrete is a fluid itself, it's not solid, it becomes solid after being placed and after its chemical reaction is over. But till that time it's fluid, and viscous fluid. It's not like water, it's viscous. Water's density is only 1. This is 2.5. First of all, density is 2.5. So you can say even vertical pressure will be 2.5 times of water. So horizontal pressure will be more because that's square over 2. When you say WH is vertical pressure, WH is what is 1 into height h. Here we say 2.5 h. Vertical pressure itself is 2.5 times then horizontal pressure. Height, 2.5 times water, 2.5 times height. And when you say horizontal pressure, we take that. We say WH square over 2. W is more here, 2.5. H is there, now you say square, and half of that. So this H is 4. 4 into 16 over 2 is 8, right? So 8 into 2.5. 8 into 2.5, you know how much? 20. If you take of water, it will be 8. So it's 2.5 times. And that applies where? In vertical member, it applies at 1/3 height from bottom and 2/3 height from top. So WH cube over 6 is resultant moment at that point. So we have to concern about that point, that it's going to take that much pressure, horizontal pressure. So that point must be that strong. And we come from above down, and we have to fill columns say in 1 hour or maximum 2 hours. And concrete won't be having full strength by that time. So it is fluid in start, then maybe lower portion little semi-fluid after something, just like we say at-the-box limits, that's something else, but we just to learn about this. Bottom portion say 1/3 in 2 hours may become little plastic. It was when it came, but now liquid to plastic and then to semi solid state, and upper portion is the liquid state of plastic. Then furthermore, you see, means all those liquid limits from top, liquid limit, plastic limit, and liquid limit, plastic limit, solid, semi-solids. These limits are there, right? We should respect those limits, right or not? So we should understand this point also, because horizontal pressure impacts on design of shutters, strength of shutters. That point we should understand very well. If you don't understand this, nothing will happen, but your shuttering may fail. It may bulge, or you may not be able to apply vibrator because you feel there is some bulging. Application of vibrator is a must. Externally you cannot do it, you have to do internally only. And you cannot go into depth of more than nozzle of vibrator. In upper layers even you have to take 10 centimeter less than. So it also depends upon what's depth of your needle nozzle, how much is that. You have to take this point into consideration. That's what I'm saying. It's very important to understand fluid mechanics and pouring of concrete. Sometimes you are using high slumps in thin sections. We use in narrow sections. Say it's 15 centimeter, your vibrator cannot go down, so you may increase slump using plasticizer or even using microsilica. You can increase that. It doesn't go against strength, but you have to you have to ensure that concrete reaches everywhere. Or you may like to invest sections big, you may like to keep it stiff, water cement ratio is low. In that case, you must ensure that every part is vibrated. This is called art and science, and in fact technology. We cannot simply stand on site and say, oh, they are, hey, do this, hey, do this. No, that's not true. Quality person should be there at location to ensure they are restricted, and don't play with them. This vibrator we cannot play. So I am just saying that I cannot now take more time because it's already 5 hours over. Thank you very much for today. I'll talk next time, and I'll see if I can bring back this technology of this screen share. Otherwise, I'll be boring you without showing any documents, and I have to put documents somewhere, just like, oh, I've done it. I'm not saying done it. You can reach my documents on those sites. I have given all URLs. You have to little move my text up and down and see where it is. You have to do something on that. Otherwise, you can't get it. Thank you very much. Bye.